Sunny, 41 in lower Manhattan. The high today will be around 50. The 5-day forecast comes your way in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace.
Coming up on WCBS.
A New Jersey woman finds hundreds of families willing to host Hurricane Sandy victims this Thanksgiving.
In the worst of circumstances, the generosity and the humanity comes out.
I'm Marla Diamond.
S&P futures pretty flat now. We'll get a business update from Ray Hoffman in 10 minutes.
WCBS Sports at 8:45. Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, so the Big East isn't the East anymore. The Big Ten has 12 schools and the Big 12 has 10 schools. Confused yet? Well, now the Big Ten, more changes. They'll increase to 14 schools. Maryland announced yesterday it's leaving the ACC, and today Rutgers will announce it's leaving the Big East. The new Big Ten will take shape in 2014. Monday Night Football, a laugher in San Francisco. The 49ers trampled the Bears 32-7. Backup QB Colin Kaepernick threw 2 touchdown passes in place of Alex Smith, who was out with a concussion. Bears QB Jay Cutler also sat out with a concussion, but his backup didn't fare as well. Jason Campbell sacked 6 times and was picked off twice.
In a game like this, San Francisco, their team is going to be in the playoffs. They're a team that you'll probably see again. So, we need to really use this tape and, be hard on ourselves and then try to find a way, because this is the type of teams that you will see again.
And meanwhile, Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski's surgery on his broken forearm. He is out for Thursday night's game with the Jets. NBA, the Knicks on the road tonight in New Orleans to take on the Hornets. The Nets continue their West Coast trip. They'll face the Lakers at Staples Center. College basketball, UConn lost to New Mexico in the championship of the Paradise Jam in the Virgin Islands. At Barclays Center, number 1 Indiana beat Georgia 66-53. The Hoosiers will take on Georgetown in the finals of the Legends Classic tonight. In baseball, the Blue Jays going with John Gibbons reportedly as their new manager. He was the skipper in Toronto from 2004 to 2008. Sports sponsored by the North Face. The North Face Thunder Micro Jacket offers comfort from trailhead to summit. Compressible down insulation retains critical warmth, while flash dry panels help remove sweat and regulate body temperature. Don't let winter keep you off the trail. Visit thenorthface.com to find the North Face store near you. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 8:47. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
WCBS News Time, 8:48. Traffic and weather together on the 8th.
One more time this morning, Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's Mid-Cafe, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, one more time, and some late trouble on 78 westbound side, exit 41 in Berkeley Heights. We had a crash there. Route 80 eastbound at exit 56 in West Patterson. A late collision there. 2 lanes are blocked. We had delays at the inbound side of the Lincoln, still about 45 minutes plus. The Holland about 30 from 19, about half that from the Turnpike. GWB still at least 30 to 40 minutes from the express lanes of 8095, but better from the other approaches. All lanes open on the northern state west of Vets Highway. We had a water main break at that spot. Still some water on the roadway. It's mostly been cleared up, though, and still some activity there, but that's on the shoulder. So both those lanes in either direction are now open. And we also had delays on the LIE westbound at Motor Parkway, again at Deer Park Avenue, and again around Swamp Road, and again finally on in through Glen Cove Road. PATH trains, no service currently between Newark Penn Station and Journal Square. That because of a track problem. They are running normally between Journal Square and 33rd Street, so New Jersey Transit is going to be cross-honoring between Journal Square and Newark Penn Station. And Matt Seams is my pilot with Bernie Viter in the Transit Center. Still on the road. Easy does it. We'll see you again this afternoon. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
5-day forecast from Craig Allen. A lot of traveling coming up. Thanksgiving Day. Not too bad, right?
Not locally. I don't think we have any problems here. I mean, there's some cloudiness around next couple days. Temperatures will be warming up. No precipitation in the forecast for quite some time. The worst weather in the United States would be out in the Pacific Northwest. Rains, coastal rains and mountain snows, and there'll be some showers in the center of the nation with a cold front, but that's it. Varying amounts of clouds here today with highs around 50. Mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45. Clouds around tomorrow. It should become mostly sunny, actually, by later in the day. In most areas, we'll finally start to clear some of these clouds out, 50 to 55. And then mainly sunny for Thursday, 53 to 58. Friday is the mildest day, warmest day, if you want, 55 to 60. Saturday, though, variably cloudy, and we do have a chance of a shower on Saturday, then windy and colder, and temperatures will start to fall back through the 40s. Looks like Sunday will be in the 40s as well. It's 41 now, humidity 70%, but today's high will climb to near or just over 50. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 8:51. We're sponsored by the New York Acura Dealers Association.
An unemployed woman from Toms River has turned to Facebook to try to make a difference this Thanksgiving holiday for Sandy victims. WCBS reporter Marla Diamond has the story.
If you have a few extra chairs around the table this Thanksgiving, you may want to visit Elle Eichel's Facebook page. It's called Adopt a Family for Dinner.
I have people who are willing to drive 30, 40, 50 miles to pick up a family in need.
She says the issue now is finding the families displaced by Hurricane Sandy.
Her Adopt a Family for Dinner Facebook page now has 300 offers from families, relief organizations, and churches.
This may be the final Thanksgiving for the Twinkie, or maybe not. But anyway, a local caterer wants to make it a special one by unveiling a special meal he will serve this holiday at his restaurant in Baldwin on Long Island. Butch Iamali will serve a turkey stuffed with Twinkies and Wonder Bread in what he calls a farewell ceremony for one of the world's best loved products. He says he's been adding Twinkies to turkeys for 25 years as part of a secret recipe.
Everyone's talking about the possible demise of Twinkies.
Hostess and the employees union are going to mediation now, but things don't look good, which may mean that in the future we will have to make our own Twinkies using old sink sponges and Cool Whip.
Audio courtesy Jimmy Kimmel Live.
WCBS News Time, 8:52. An accusation that could bring down his career and may be back for the man who brings Elmo to life. CBS FM's Deborah Rodriguez with entertainment news.
Another heart-wrenching turn for Elmo fans.
Elmo very sad.
TMZ reports the 24-year-old man who dropped his claims of sex abuse against Kevin Clash wants to rip up a $125,000 deal he reached with the Sesame Street puppeteer and go back to claims he was just 16 when they began a relationship.
If I was your boyfriend.
Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez may be boyfriend and girlfriend once more, but Page Six reports Gomez took him back with much heartache. From Saturday Night Live, reports that Kenan Thompson may be ending his 10-year run for an NBC sitcom produced by SNL's Lorne Michaels. On The Voice, Melanie Martinez gets kudos from CeeLo on her White Stripes covered.
First of all, I thought that was like uber cool.
Two more singers go home tonight. Two celebs will be sent packing on Dancing with the Stars, and it could be Emmett and Kelly. And Madonna's Central Park West duplex on the market for $23 million. He's already moved to a townhouse on the east side. That's entertainment from CBS FM. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Since September, we've been giving away an iPad every weekday, but with the tri-state bouncing back from Hurricane Sandy, we're switching from iPads to $1,000 to help you with storm recovery.
Money that could help you with those storm bills or maybe even for holiday gifts. Be listening at 4:40 this afternoon for today's chance to win.
41 and partly sunny in lower Manhattan. The high today, 50.
WCBS News Time, 8:54.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Hey guys, remember when you were 18 with unlimited energy and the stamina to do anything you wanted anytime? Wish you could relive your glory days and have the testosterone drive of your teenage years with the experience and skill you have today? Now you can with ProGene Daily Complex.
This is Dr. Todd Karen from the American Academy of Anti-Aging and Regenerative Medicine. Testosterone levels decrease in men after the age of 20. It's a major cause of the aging process. The effects include lack of energy, decrease in muscle mass, increasing belly fat, and decreased sexual performance, all of which impact self-esteem self-esteem, confidence, and most importantly, overall quality of life.
Kick your drive back into high gear with Progene. Call 800-943-2706 today to get a full month absolutely free. No injections, no prescription needed. Progene is an all-natural herbal supplement that helps men boost testosterone production. Claim your free month supply now by calling 800-943-2706. That's 800-943-2706. Again, 800-943-2706. Shipping and processing charges apply.
WCBS Business Update at 8:55, sponsored by B&H Photo and Video.
Here's Ray Hoffman, Wall Street Journal.
And with the futures pointing down about 30 on the Dow at the open, if Meg Whitman, the executive who built eBay, was looking for a challenge, well, she got it when she took the CEO's job at Hewlett-Packard. Not only is HP warning of lower than expected earnings this quarter amid weaker PC and soft printer sales, but also Hewlett-Packard is learning the extent to which it got taken on a deal last year. Under the former CEO, who lasted all of 11 months on the job, Hewlett-Packard paid $10 billion for a British software company called Autonomy, and HP is now alleging that Autonomy inflated its own value before the deal. By how much? Well, HP paid $10 billion, and it's writing down the value of that deal by about $9 billion. Hewlett-Packard shares are indicating down about 10% right now at a 10-year low, around $12 a share. There is some further improvement on the housing front. Work begun on new housing rose another 3.6% last month after a 15% gain in September, and the annualized rate of housing starts is back to the highest level since July of 2008, 894,000. Problem is, that's barely half of what we were doing year after year through the 90s, let alone the 2 million housing starts at the peak in 2005. Ray Hoffman with the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio at 80.
WCBS News Time, 8:57.
Do you have student loans and are worried about making your payments? Stop worrying. Now Direct Student Aid can help if you are behind, if you are late, or even if you are in default on your student loans. We can help cut your payments fast. We provide student loan relief, getting you relief from your student loans right away. We will stop any harassing phone calls, stop any wage garnishments, and even remove any tax liens. No matter how much you owe or how far behind you are with payments, call our established Direct Student Aid toll-free assistance line right now. We can fix your student loan problems guaranteed. That's right, we guarantee we will get your student loan out of default and cut your payments right away. We have helped thousands of people just like you fix their student loans. Best of all, it's 100% guaranteed. Don't go another day with your loans behind or in default. Our specialists are waiting for your call. Call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576. Again, call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576.
WCBS News Time 8:58. Traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Good morning, Chris Majette.
Good morning to you, Michael and Pat, and drivers in Queens. Big delays on the Grand Central with an accident eastbound side of Jewel Avenue. The LIE is also very slow through the Fairgrounds and through Queens Boulevard. Then again from Maurice Avenue into the Midtown Tunnel. And there's also a crash on the Deegan southbound of Van Cortlandt Park. 45 at the Lincoln, 30 at the Holland, but only from 1 to 9, 30 at the George. Traffic sponsored by Caesars Entertainment. It's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Bally's, Caesars, Harrah's Resort and Showboat are open and ready to celebrate your return with 24-hour action and excitement. Let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. And now the latest from the CBS Weather Center.
Varying amounts of clouds and sunshine breaking through those clouds from time to time, as we are seeing so far today. The clouds, for the most part, winning out, but no precipitation. Highs within a few degrees of 50. Mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45. I think the clouds finally start to clear away somewhat tomorrow, and it should become mostly sunny, high 50 to 55, and that's just in time for Thanksgiving Day. Mainly sunny and a milder day, too. High 53 to 58 degrees, could even take a run at 60 degrees by Friday. 43 now, humidity 62%. We have a northeast wind at 7 miles per hour.
News, traffic, and weather on air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Good morning. It is Tuesday, November 20th. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace. Here's the latest from the WCBS newsroom.
The violence between Hamas and Israel stretches into a 7th day as Hillary Clinton heads to the Middle East to try to negotiate a ceasefire.
The NYPD zeroes in on a person of interest in the killings of 3 shopkeepers in Brooklyn.
A new subway service gives residents in the Rockaways a way to get around.
A report finds Jersey shore towns that had done beach replenishment projects suffered far less damage during Hurricane Sandy.
The Bronx finally gets its own public ice rink opening today at Van Cortlandt Park.
Sports 49ers crushed the Bears 32-7.
Rutgers expected excited to announce today it's moving to the Big Ten.
WCBS News Time, 9 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Frank Sedapani. Air raid sirens went off again today in Jerusalem, but the overall level of violence in the Middle East is down, raising hopes for a ceasefire between Hamas militants and Israel. A short time ago, Egyptian President Mohamed Morsi said the Israeli aggression against Gaza, as he put it, would end today. CBS's Clarissa Ward has more from Cairo.
CBS News has spoken to a source close to the Hamas delegation here in Cairo who told us that they are getting close to a ceasefire agreement. The source said he believes that they will reach an agreement within the next few hours.
CBS's Charlie D'Agata tells us today's relative calm in Gaza was shattered a short time ago.
The Israeli military just launched a sustained barrage of what appeared to be artillery fire. We could hear the thumps in the distance, followed by these great plumes of smoke in neighborhoods just south of Gaza City. And that itself was followed by two much larger explosions right here in central Gaza City.
More than 100 Palestinians and 3 Israelis have been killed since hostilities escalated last week. In this country, work on new homes increased more than 3.5% in October to a 4-year high, but permits to start work in the months ahead fell. National Association of Home Builders chief economist David Crow says the new construction is still well below what would be considered a healthy level.
This shows that we're on a continued positive path for housing. It will continue to increase at a slow pace.
Republicans have accused UN Ambassador Susan Rice of misleading the public by saying a deadly attack on the consulate in Benghazi, Libya, grew out of a spontaneous protest. The initial CIA report said it was a planned terrorist attack, but that part was taken out of the talking points Rice got before going on TV talk shows a few days later. CBS's Margaret Brennan tells us how that happened.
CBS News has learned that specific references to al-Qaeda and terrorism were cut from the unclassified speaking points by the DNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, with the agreement of the CIA and the FBI. The White House and State Department did not make those changes.
Britain has joined France in recognizing the recently formed Syrian National Coalition as the only legitimate representative of the Syrian people. Live to CBS's Vicki Barker. How important is this, Vicki?
Recognition raises the rebel group's credibility and can open new sources of aid and guns. Foreign Secretary William Hague making it clear the UK is keeping eyes wide open.
As the President of the National Coalition said to me on Friday, recognition imposes responsibilities on the coalition, and we will continue to press them to uphold their commitment.
Hague urging the coalition to reject the kind of brutality shown by the very regime it is trying to overthrow. Frank?
Congressman Allen West of Florida, high-profile Tea Party Republicans finally conceded defeat in his bid for re-election, but West tells WIOD Radio his defeat to Patrick Murphy, the Democrat, won't stop him from speaking out.
Leaders don't have to have a title to find a position to continue to serve and lead in their country.
S&P futures are up 2 points. This is CBS News.
How would you like to try a sales generating tool for your business that is so good at locating qualified leads it's been called best of the breed? If your business thrives on selling to other businesses, then get ready for a toll-free number and a free trial offer that could literally revolutionize your sales. Hoover's, a D&B company, has developed a powerful tool to connect you to qualified buyers for your product or service that is fast and easy. No more wasting time getting leads manually. No more pre-configured lists of names that don't fit your business. Hoover's advanced targeting technology helps you reach the market that will be most receptive to your product or service. For a limited time, Hoover's would like to offer their radio listeners 50 free leads and a 24-hour trial.
Just call 800-239-0011. That's a free trial and 50 free leads. Call now. 800-239-0011. 800-239-0011. Again, 800-239-0011.
Live from Studio 11B at the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
Partly sunny out right now in Lower Manhattan, 43 degrees. Tuesday morning, the 20th of November. WCBS News Time 9:04. Police have identified one of 4 people caught on surveillance video as a person of interest in the string of shopkeeper killings in Brooklyn. The latest from WCBS reporter Paul Murnane.
FBI profilers have been brought in, and the NYPD is seeking a man carrying a duffel bag, balding and middle-aged appearing. And there are reports this man may have been seen at 2 of the 3 crime scenes. Queens. The most recent was here on Flatbush Avenue. Police spokesman Paul Brown tells WCBS there is ballistics evidence to tie the cases together.
We matched the .22 caliber shell casings that were found at each crime scene, indicating that they were fired from the same gun.
The victims are three men of Middle Eastern descent, Jewish and Muslim, says the NYPD. Robbery has been ruled out in one of the cases, and investigators have not ruled out bias as a possible motive here. From Flatbush, Paul Murnane, WCBS 880 News.
Residents of the Rockaways are getting a little help getting around thanks to a new rail service that started running this morning.
This is 7 train for Rockaway. The next stop on the train will be B67th Street.
So what does the free H train mean to the Rockaways? Everything. It is a lifeline. Daniel Rivera has been walking 2 miles to work. The buses have been packed.
Originally, the mayor was urging us to go back to work, and there was no way to buy Metro cards or anything like that. We were so decimated, it was nothing.
You wanted to go to work, but you didn't have a way to get there.
Yeah, that's why I was walking. I was saving a Metro card, one little Metro card I had for when I really absolutely needed it.
The tracks to the Rockaways were obliterated. These rail cars had to be hauled in by truck. The Free H, named after the 60s shuttle, runs every 15 minutes from Beach 90th to Mott Avenue Far Rockaway, where buses connect to the A train in Howard Beach. From the Rockaways, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 9:06. A dozen city schools damaged by Sandy were reopened yesterday, but WCBS reporter Peter Haskell says there are still plenty of students waiting to return to their home schools.
There have been crews working around the clock, but there are still 7,800 students who can't get back into their regular schools. Mayor Bloomberg sees things improving.
We're confident that many of them will be able to return to their school buildings that they normally attend by the end of this month.
In many of the 18 schools, the seawater has been pumped out, but boilers and electrical systems still need to be repaired.
Because of missed days, the city's cutting 3 days from the February break. And on Long Island, the school districts in Huntington and Copiague have canceled their entire 5-day winter break to make up for days lost during Hurricane Sandy. WCBS News Time 9:07.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Have you heard? Proactive is better than ever. Stay tuned for a 1,000,000 bottle giveaway, and you'll also receive free shipping. Do you have troubled skin, acne? Well, we have great news. With Proactive, your acne can heal, and you can prevent new breakouts from happening. Don't miss this limited time offer. Give us a call at 1-800-533-3091, because we're going to let 1,000,000 people try Proactive risk-free, get 2 free gifts, and also receive free shipping when you call right now. You heard it. This offer won't last long. So call Proactive now and you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial at Proactive, 2 free extras, and free shipping. Call 1-800-533-3091. This is our best radio offer ever. Get your risk-free 60-day trial at Proactive plus free shipping. That's right, free shipping. Don't wait. Visit getproactive.com or call 1-800-533-3091. That's 1-800-533-3091.
WCBS News Time 9:08. Traffic and weather together on the 8s, and Chris Majette in the WCBS Traffic Center.
Well, some delays in New Jersey on the Garden State Parkway northbound approaching exit 138, but police have just cleared an accident just moments ago, even though the delays are still back to exit 131. Should start to thin out a little bit. Also on 78 westbound near exit 41 in Berkeley Heights, crash sitting there over on the shoulder. There's no PATH train service between Newark and Journal Square because of a track problem. New Jersey Transit is cross-honoring. If you are driving into the city, the Holland Tunnel has about a 30-minute delay from 1 to 9, but it's actually easing up pretty nicely from the Turnpike. GW Bridge at least 30 and 35 to 45 minutes at the inbound Lincoln Tunnel. In Rockland County, southbound New York State Thruway still slow from Spring Valley down toward the Palisades Parkway, and then more delays getting onto the Tappan Zee Bridge. In Westchester County and New Rochelle, southbound New England Thruway near exit 16, an accident on the shoulder. And in Connecticut, we had a crash on the Connecticut Turnpike northbound near exit 18 in Westport. That's been cleared. Southbound Merritt Parkway, though, a collision at exit 40 in Norwalk in the right lane. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
The forecast now, meteorologist Craig Allen.
And for today, varying amounts of clouds or partial sunshine, call it what you will. It will not be a completely crystal clear blue sky, but you'll see some sunshine through the mid and high level clouds. High near 50, mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45. Tomorrow the clouds should start to thin out or move away even more so that it does become mostly sunny gradually, 50 to 55. And by Thanksgiving Day, mainly sunny and a high between 53 and 58 degrees, even milder Friday. 43 now, humidity 62%, northeast wind at 7. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Coming up, why the Bronx is officially on ice. WCBS News Time, 9:10.
We interrupt our program with news that a buy one, get one 50% off sale made impact at Old Navy in what officials say is a sign of impending Cheermageddon. We now take you to Shoppers on the scene.
It crashed into earth with enormous savings. I got a coat, and without warning, jeans were half price. And I bought a sweater and got a performance fleece, half off. We're all gonna buy.
Save yourself and buy one, get one 50% off the entire store. Now through Thanksgiving Day. Old Navy. Come fun, come all.
Valid 11/17 through 11/22 in store only, excludes gift cards.
Gift giving can be stressful. Birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, and the list goes on. Don't let your next special date sneak up and catch you unprepared. You're just a click away from the perfect gift at RedEnvelope.com. RedEnvelope.com has always been the place online to find extraordinary, one-of-a-kind gifts. But now it's even better with hundreds of amazing gifts. Whether it's cool gadgets or awesome sports stuff for him or a customized piece of jewelry for her, you'll find it all at RedEnvelope.com. Fast, easy, and perfect. What more could you ask for? How about 20% off everything, plus our signature red gift box free. Okay, done. Just go to RedEnvelope.com and enter promotion code FAST at checkout. No one needs to know how easy it was for you to find such a great gift. That's our little secret. You can even schedule that special gift delivery weeks in advance. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. So go to RedEnvelope.com right now and enter promotion code FAST at checkout to get 20% off everything, plus our signature red gift box free. Go to RedEnvelope.com, code FAST. That's RedEnvelope.com, promo code FAST.
WCBS News Time 9:11. The Bronx is no longer the only borough in the city without a public ice rink. A new facility opens today in Van Cortlandt Park. It'll operate till the end of March. An outdoor rink right next to the 242nd Street subway station. $5 admission on weekdays, $8 on holidays and weekends. Lenny Kravitz will be on the field for Thanksgiving, performing at halftime of the Jets game against the Patriots at MetLife Stadium. His set list will include the song Like a Jet, which he wrote for the team. The Jets and the Red Cross also will collect money for storm victims at the gate Thursday night. The Jets will match the total donation up to $100,000. Meanwhile, the Giants will put their brawn to work for a good cause today. Hakeem Nicks and some teammates will help unload 1,500 turkeys at the Community Food Bank of New Jersey and Hillside, which were donated by Stop and Shop. WCBS News Time, 9:12.
I'm Steve Greenberg talking about your next job. Brought to you by Lawyers.com. Your legal solution starts with Lawyers.com. The past few weeks have been rough ones for several high-profile military commanders. But things are improving for many other military veterans who are seeking employment. According to a new study, 29% of employers say they're actively recruiting veterans to work for their organizations. That's up 10 points from last year. And there's good reasons why. While veterans returning from Iraq and Afghanistan have faced unemployment rates over 10%, the ones who have gotten hired are impressing employers. Roughly 97% of HR professionals said that the military veterans they've hired bring a strong sense of responsibility to their work. 96% say the vets work well under pressure. 91% highlighted their strong leadership skills, their professionalism, and their problem-solving skills. Now that's news the military can be proud of. I'm Steve Greenberg, founder of Jobs 4.0.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Bit of sunshine around, 43 going up to about 50 today and pretty mild by the end of the week. 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. Wherever you are, we are. New York's News Radio, WCBS 880.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll. Coming up on WCBS, what a group of students from Colorado is doing to help local residents after Hurricane Sandy. We'll check in with Ray Hoffman from the Wall Street Journal just ahead of the market open. That's coming up in 10 minutes. WCBS News Time 9:15, WCBS Sports, sponsored by A.J. Madison. Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, New York City has always been about the Big East, but Rutgers trying to change that. The announcement coming later today that it will move to the Big Ten, joining Maryland, which will leave the ACC. The new 14-team league will take shape in 2014. Monday Night Football, the Niners pounded the Bears in San Francisco 32-7. Both starting quarterbacks, Alex Smith, Jay Cutler, sat out with concussions. Colin Kaepernick threw 2 touchdown passes. Meanwhile, Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski that required surgery. NBA, the Knicks visit the Hornets in New Orleans tonight. The Nets will go for their 6th straight win. They'll take on the Lakers at Staples Center. College basketball at Barclays Center tonight. The Legends Classic final. Number 1 Indiana meets Georgetown. Last night, first loss of the season for UConn, 66-60 to New Mexico in the championship of the Paradise Jam in the Virgin Islands. And John Gibbons back for a second stint as manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. Sports sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz winter event is back. It's the best time to get the vehicle you've always dreamed of at a price you never dreamed possible. From the fuel-efficient C-Class sedan to a complete lineup of SUVs, each with 4MATIC all-wheel drive. Log on to searchmercedes.com and let the holiday shopping begin. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
During these tough economic times, there is one thing you can count on: your education. Higher education will give you the chance at finding a better job and improve the quality of your life. Further your education and advance your career today. If you're looking to go back to school in the next 3 months and already have your high school diploma, start your search with the National Education Online Center. You'll get free expert advice, school information, and a free financial aid guide. NEOC will help you get matched to your right school today. Call 877-516-0727.
Health insurance is on everybody's mind right now. You either don't have it, or you have it and you think it's too expensive. And you probably feel like you don't have any options. We can help. We are InSphere Insurance Solutions. We offer health insurance plans from major carriers nationwide and likely have a plan that can save you money. Whether you're self-employed, on a COBRA plan that's about to expire, or you simply don't have health insurance where you work and you need it, InSphere Insurance Solutions can help you. Our agents will help you find coverage you can afford. InSphere Insurance Solutions is an authorized agency in all 50 states, including the District of Columbia. Plans may not be available in all states.
800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. That's 800-713-0182.
Gift giving can be stressful. Don't let your next special date catch you unprepared. You're just a click away from the perfect gift at RedEnvelope.com. RedEnvelope.com has always been the place online to find extraordinary one-of-a-kind gifts. But now it's even better with hundreds of amazing gifts. Fast, easy, and perfect. What more could you ask for? How about 20% off everything, plus our signature red gift box free? Okay, done. Just go to RedEnvelope.com and enter promotion code FAST at checkout. Hurry, this deal won't last forever. So go to RedEnvelope.com and enter code FAST.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Nearly half of all Americans suffer from some kind of pain due to chronic inflammation. Anatoblock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anatoblock is so effective in preventing excessive inflammation and reducing the pain, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anatoblock is now available to try for free. That's right, call 800-648-5148 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Anatoblock is now looking for real-life testimonials for anyone who has back pain, muscle pain, or painful arthritis. Call 800-648-5148 to get your free supply and get out of pain today. Just call 800-648-5148 for details. Call today, 800-648-5148. That's 800-648-5148. Again, 800-648-5148.
WCBS News Time 9:17. CBS News Time 9:18. Traffic and weather together on the 8th, sponsored by Mavis Discount Tires. Chris Majette.
Well, a couple of accidents in Westchester County, one in New Rochelle on the New England Thruway southbound at exit 16, and we just had one cleared moments ago in Yonkers on the Sawmill southbound near Hurst Street, so that should start to get better. In Connecticut, southbound Merritt Parkway, exit 40 at Norwalk, right lane accident. Very heavy on the Connecticut Turnpike northbound, north of exit 18 in Westport, but a crash has been cleared away. And at the Lincoln Tunnel, it's about 45 to 60 minutes. The inbound Holland Tunnel, 25 from 1 to 9, minor delays from the Turnpike approach. GW Bridge, about 35 minutes for the upper level, about 15 for the lower. There's no path service between Newark and Journal Square because of track problems. New Jersey Transit is cross-honoring. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
The forecast now, meteorologist Craig Allen.
And a variably cloudy day, or at least partial sunshine as we go through the day. Highs within a few degrees of 50. Tonight, mostly cloudy, 40 to 45. Pretty big ocean storm out there, but it'll be moving away slowly tomorrow. Clouds around, and should become mostly sunny actually as we go through the day. 50 to 55, leaving us with a great Thanksgiving. 53 to 58. Friday, 55 to 60. But on Saturday, a chance of a shower, followed by windy and colder, and the temperature will start to fall back through the 40s. Sunday looks like a cold day. 43 now, humidity 62%, northeast wind at 7, and today's high will be near 50. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time 9:20.
WCBS 880 is a proud partner of Why Hunger, an organization that supports grassroots efforts to fight poverty and hunger in our communities. Each year before Thanksgiving, we help raise money during the day-long radio fundraiser called Hungerthon. But with our communities hurting from Sandy, our attention is focused now on that recovery. We'll be doing Hungerthon in a few weeks, and this year will be more important than ever. In the meantime, support Why Hunger by going to hungerthon.org.
WCBS News Time 9:21. Some out-of-towners have arrived on Long Island to help rebuild from Sandy.
A contingent of students from Colorado State University are spending their Thanksgiving holiday week here in storm-ravaged Mastic Beach helping victims. A life-changing experience, says sociology professor Caroline Mitchell.
They definitely get a better appreciation of what goes on, not just in Colorado, obviously, but other places. A lot of them are interested in emergency management, law enforcement, criminal justice, so they're seeing it from a different perspective.
The students are helping to clear debris, rebuild, and offering emotional support. 22-year-old Megan Rivlin calls it a privilege.
It really does change people's lives, and if you can make a difference, then why not?
The students say this Thanksgiving is now truly special. In Mastic Beach, Long Island, Mike Zierenax, WCBS 880 News.
How hard would it be to live on food stamps for a week? Mayor Booker is about to find out after challenging an Army wife to try to do it as well. It started when Booker tweeted that investing in schools and nutrition would save money in the long run instead of paying for prisons and more police. The self-described Army wife then tweeted that nutrition is not the responsibility of the government. So Booker issued his challenge to try to live on food stamps for a week or more. And she agreed. WCBS News Time 9:23.
Not a nasal spray, a nasal wash. I'm Pat Farnack with the WCBS Health and Wellbeing Report, sponsored by the Valley Hospital in Ridgewood, New Jersey. During the winter, many people almost become addicted to nasal sprays. But pharmacist and author Sherry Torkis says instead, use a nasal wash.
Some of the over-the-counter sprays are medicated, but if they're used longer than 3 days, they can actually cause rebound congestion and also damage your nasal membranes and your sinus passages.
For instance, check out Alkalol.
It contains essential oils, camphor, menthol, spearmint, wintergreen. You use it like you would a neti pot, so you flush your sinuses out, but the essential oils help to clear the mucus, hydrate the nasal membranes.
And Alkalol is
ALKALOL.
The entire interview at cbsnewyork.com/health and wellbeing. I'm Pat Farnack, WCBS 880.
I was in the 30th week of my pregnancy when the doctors at Winthrop told me I better have another sonogram.
The test showed that fluid was building up around her unborn's heart and lungs. The baby needed an operation, and it couldn't wait.
My husband and I were worried, but we've always had tremendous confidence in Winthrop.
Winthrop is the only hospital on Long Island with a fetal surgery program. To save Susan's baby, surgeons inserted a tiny shunt into the baby's chest wall to drain the fluid. The procedure worked perfectly.
To look at Elizabeth now, you'd never suspect that she had surgery weeks before she was born. We'll always be grateful that Winthrop was there for her.
There's a reason Winthrop University Hospital is home to the only fetal surgery program on Long Island. It's a single, powerful idea that explains everything we do, every innovation and investment. That guiding principle, your health means everything. To learn more, visit winthrop.org or call 1-866-WINTHROP. Winthrop University Hospital. Your health means everything.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
WCBS News Time 9:25. Let's get a business update ahead of the market open. Ray Hoffman, Wall Street Journal.
Hey, Pat, this is purely anecdotal, but on Sunday I was in the Best Buy in Norwalk. I couldn't find a place to park. There were people milling all over the store. But when I got to the checkout line, there was just one person there, and I think that says something about Best Buy's big problem, that it's become the showroom for people who go home and order on Amazon. Best Buy's earnings have just come in, down 94% from a year ago, with sales on a same-store basis down another 4% last quarter. So Best Buy's about to trade down to a new 10-year low. It's indicating down 6%, and Hewlett-Packard also is about to trade down to a new 10-year low. It's indicating down about 11%. Hewlett-Packard says it was taken on one of its biggest ever acquisitions. It was just last year that HP bought a British software company called Autonomy for $10 billion, and CNBC's David Faber is reporting that Autonomy may have deliberately overstated its own value by $5 billion. They'll be back in court at 1 in the Hostess Foods bankruptcy case, but this time it'll be more like a labor negotiation than a bankruptcy hearing. Federal Judge Robert Drain is going to try to broker a deal today between the company and the Bakers Union. If it works, they'll save 18,000 jobs. If it doesn't work, then Hostess will likely be back in court tomorrow seeking permission to liquidate. Gold's down $3, $17.30 an ounce. 10-year treasuries at 163, and the futures have the Dow opening down about 35 points. Opening numbers in about 4 minutes on the WCBS Opening Bell Report. Ray Hoffman of the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio at 80.
WCBS News Time 9:26.
Years ago, my doctor told me to take a Centrum Silver multivitamin every day. I tell him, sure, can't hurt, right? Then I heard this news about a multivitamin study looking at long-term health benefits for men over 50. And the multivitamin they used for the study, Centrum Silver. Hey, that's what I take. My doctor, he really knows his stuff.
The most recommended, most preferred, most studied. Centrum, always your most complete. A prior formula of Centrum Silver was used in the study.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
WCBS News Time 9:27. A Long Island chef is showing his love for the Twinkie by preparing a farewell ceremony this Thanksgiving. Butch Yamali plans to serve hundreds of people at his Baldwin restaurant. To serve them a turkey stuffed with Twinkies and Wonder Bread, a recipe he says his family's been using for 25 years. And if Hostess doesn't work things out with the Bakers Union, fear not, says Jay Leno.
You know, you can make your own Twinkies at home. You can do this. All you need is white bread, some yellow spray paint, and a caulking gun. And boy, you're...
Courtesy The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. What would you pay for a round of golf with Mayor Bloomberg? His honor is hoping someone pays a lot because the money will go toward victims of Hurricane Sandy. The golf date reportedly valued at $50,000. Online bidding is open till December 5th. WCBS News Time 9:28. Traffic and weather together on the 8th, and Chris Majette in the traffic center.
Well, if you're on the island on Nassau County, you will definitely catch delays on the LIE heading eastbound with a crash near the Northern State exit 38. It's over on the shoulder, but delays go back to exit 35. Also, eastbound Southern State at exit 39, there's a crash. And in the Five Boroughs on the Grand Central Parkway, we're still extra heavy eastbound through Jewel Avenue, but an accident is now off the roadway. Traffic sponsored by Caesars Entertainment. It's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Bally's, Caesars, Harrah's Resort and Showboat are open and ready to celebrate your return with 24-hour action and excitement. Let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. And now here's meteorologist Craig Allen, WCBS Pinpoint Weather.
Satellite picture shows a lot of clouds. It's mostly mid and high level clouds, and we see the sun shining through down here, getting through some of those clouds. So that's the kind of day it will be. Partial sunshine, varying amounts of clouds, high within a few degrees of 50. Mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45 degrees. Tomorrow the clouds start to break and move away and thin out even more, 50 to 55. And Thanksgiving Day will be mainly sunny and milder with highs 53 to 58. 43 now, humidity 62%, northeast wind at 7 miles per hour. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
That's the opening bell, live from the New York Stock Exchange.
Looks like we may have a slow start after Hewlett-Packard said the British company it bought last year for $10 billion lied about its finances.
The WCBS opening bell report is next. WCBS News Time 9:30.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio. WCBS 880.
Good morning, Tuesday, November 20th. I'm Michael Wallace.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll. Coming up this half hour on the WCBS opening bell report.
HP shares plummet after announcing a company it bought last year lied about its finances.
Housing starts jump to their highest level in more than 4 years.
FEMA approves $750 million of Sandy claims in the tri-state area.
If your home was damaged in the storm, should you hire a private or public adjuster? We'll tell you.
Developer Bruce Ratner has been tapped to help revitalize Nassau Coliseum.
And in the business of sports, why it makes financial sense for Rutgers to move to the Big Ten.
WCBS News Time 9:31.
Now more than ever, it matters where you get your business news. It's the opening bell report on WCBS.
And a minute into the trading day, the Dow is down 38, NASDAQ down almost 7, S&P down about 4. European markets mixed in afternoon trading.
Shares of Hewlett-Packard are slipping to a 10-year low after the company announced that the British company Autonomy Corp, which HP bought last year for $10 billion, lied about its finances. CEO Meg Whitman calls it fictional bookkeeping by Autonomy. HP posted a quarterly loss of $6.9 billion.
Housing starts jumped 3.6% last month to their highest level in more than 4 years, but construction of single-family homes was down slightly. Apartment construction was up 10%. David Crow is the chief economist of the National Association of Home Builders. He says you could see the effects of Superstorm Sandy in these numbers.
In the Northeast, the single-family starts fell on an annual basis by 10,000. That's a pause because of the weather effect. We'll probably see more than a makeup as we not only catch up with what would have taken place, but do some replacement of the units destroyed.
The numbers are still far below a rate economists would consider healthy.
FEMA has approved a total of $760 million in claims so far to help residents in the tri-state recover from Sandy. $221 million in claims are from Long Island, $217 million in New Jersey. Queens and Brooklyn have a combined $249 million in approved claims.
For homeowners who suffered damage from Sandy, the insurance process can be overwhelming.
Joining us is Tom Kreitler, host of the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. Tom, you recommend a public insurance adjuster. Why?
The public adjuster works for you. He doesn't work for the insurance company. So public adjusters are experts in insurance policies, and their job is really to make sure that you get every dime that you have coming to you in terms of your claim. But they also provide a service in that they act as your representative to the insurance company, so it can take some of the stress away. Plus, they'll help you with things like, for example, your inventory. I mean, the insurance company adjuster is not going to help you figure out every item that you want to claim. The public insurance adjuster will.
How much are you likely going to have to pay for a public adjuster?
The public insurance adjusters work on a percentage of the claim, and the bigger the claim, the smaller the percentage, but generally it's somewhere in the 10 to 20% range. I was with a homeowner out in the Lavallette, New Jersey area this week, and they had claimed, they had damage in Hurricane Irene, but smaller damage in Irene than in Sandy, and so in Irene they had a 15% fee, and in Sandy they had a 10% fee because the claim was bigger. But they found that the service of the adjuster was invaluable because they helped deal with not only the flood insurance company, but the homeowners insurance company, because wind damage is covered by homeowners, as well as FEMA. So the insurance adjuster, the public insurance adjuster, really helps consolidate that process into one point of contact so that you really don't have to do it all yourself.
So, Tom, after Sandy, of course, there's probably a great demand for these public adjusters. How does one go about finding one?
go to the website for the National Association of Public Insurance Adjusters. They have a vetting process that requires their members to be licensed for at least 2 years. Then, of course, you can turn to your attorney. Many attorneys have relationships with adjusters because if the insurance companies then end up paying your claim, that's where it goes next.
Great tips from Tom Kreitler, the host of the Money Pit Home Improvement Show. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Tom will be joining us every Tuesday with more tips for recovering and rebuilding from Sandy. And be sure to catch his report Saturdays at 9, 10, and 12:10 here on WCBS.
It'll cost LIPA an estimated $800 million to fix its electrical system. The company says it expected federal funds to cover the bulk of those costs, which could end up going up. LIPA has hired additional auditing staff to go through every expense before any payments are made.
The man who helped move the Islanders away from Long Island and into the new Barclays Center in Brooklyn will now play a key role in the future of their old home, Nassau Coliseum. Newsday reports Bruce Ratner has been tapped by County Executive Ed Mangano as an advisor to find a way to revitalize the arena and turn it into a competitive sports and entertainment complex.
Don't stick a fork in Twinkies just yet. WCBS reporter Irene Cornell was on hand in White Plains yesterday when Hostess Brands went to bankruptcy court, planning to liquidate and sell off its brands.
In a surprise last-minute bid to save Twinkies, federal bankruptcy judge Robert Drain said he will act as mediator between the Bakers Union and the Hostess brand. His concern is the loss of over 18,000 jobs if the dispute between the Bakers Union brings an end to the Hostess brand. CEO Gregory Rayburn says he's all for this last-ditch effort. He knows Americans have a sweet spot in their hearts for this yummy, iconic junk food.
Sales are not the issue. We sell $2.5 billion worth of these products. That's a lot of Twinkies, Ding Dongs, Ho-Hos, and Wonder Bread, and you name it. It's the cost structure. And if you can't sell it at a profit, then you're not in business.
From the White Plains Federal Courthouse, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
Brian Kelly has been named the new CEO of Green Mountain Coffee. The 51-year-old is a former Coca-Cola executive. His arrival is being welcomed by Wall Street. The company stock was up 12% in pre-market trading.
An American car is about to take fuel efficiency to a whole new level.
Ford is bringing its smallest engine to the U.S. for the first time. The 2014 Fiesta will be available with Ford's 1-liter, 3-cylinder EcoBoost engine. It should get well over 40 miles per gallon and make the Fiesta the most fuel-efficient non-hybrid available. 3-cylinder engines have been available in Europe, but have been criticized in the U.S. for being significantly underpowered. The 3-cylinder Fiesta will debut at the Los Angeles Auto Show next week and should be in showrooms next year. Jim Chenevey, CBS News.
WCBS News Time, 9:37.
On the housetop, reindeer paws, out jumps
Nana and Papa with rich Jell-O pudding from Walmart.
Down through the chimney,
which is impressive considering their age.
Ho, 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 who would
eat moist Betty Crocker cookies.
Up on the housetop, click, 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 down through the chimney.
Come your cousins now with Nestle Toll House morsels. Walmart has everything you need for a great Thanksgiving meal, backed by our ad match guarantee. Our stores will match the price of any local competitor's printed ad for an identical product. Not applicable to Walmart.com. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
WCBS News Time, 9:38. Let's check traffic and weather together on the 8s.
Chris Majette in the traffic center.
Well, we had a crash on the New Jersey Turnpike's Newark Bay extension westbound just after 14A in Bayonne, but that's been cleared. Same thing on 280 westbound at the Garden State Parkway, accident cleared. If you're heading east on 80, though, approaching exit 56 in Woodland Park, 2 lanes are closed off there with an accident. And then once you get toward the inbound GW Bridge, looking good. Very minor delays now from all approaches at the inbound George. Lincoln Tunnel still going to be at least 30 to 45. Holland Tunnel is about 25 from 1 to 9, but very minor delays coming in from the New Jersey Turnpike. We're also easing up on the Tappan Zee Bridge, and in Westchester County there was an accident on the New England Thruway southbound side at exit 16 in New Rochelle. Looks like that's now been cleared. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
And the forecast from meteorologist Craig Allen.
Variable amounts of clouds today. Temperatures will be within a few degrees either side of 50. Tonight, mostly cloudy, 40 to 45. Tomorrow, clouds around, but it should become mostly sunny for most areas, and we'll get to about 50 to 55. Thanksgiving Day is even better, mainly sunny and milder with highs between 53 and 58. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
43 now under partly sunny skies in lower Manhattan.
The Dow down almost 50. WCBS News Time, 9:40.
What do you got for me, Doc?
The victim is male, mid-30s. Cause of death, sudden shock.
Yeah, well, he was last seen browsing thousands of TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
Explains the traces of disbelief in the brain, but this astonishment residue...
He was watching them all instantly.
Instantly? That's incredible.
Doctor? Doctor!
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Nearly half of all Americans suffer from some kind of pain due to chronic inflammation. Anettablock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anettablock is so effective in preventing excessive inflammation and reducing the pain, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anettablock is now available to try for free. That's right. Call 800-591-5693 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Anettablock is now looking for real-life testimonials for anyone who has back pain, muscle pain, or painful arthritis. Call 800-591-5693 to get your free supply and get out of pain today. Just call 800-591-5693 for details. Call today. 800-591-5693. That's 800-591-5693. Again, 800-591-5693.
Ray Hoffman has CEO Radio next.
The opening bell report on WCBS.
WCBS News Time, 9:41.
This is Ray Hoffman with WCBS CEO Radio. What do you call a person who finished last in their class in medical school? A doctor, says the old joke. And sometimes the joke is on those of us who have had the misfortune to have been treated by a not good doctor. That's one of the reasons why Mitch Rothschild saw the need for Vitals, a website that today attracts 11 million visitors a month. People looking for the best possible doctor. I went on the site, found my internist, rated 4 stars, with several positive reviews by fellow patients. So I asked Rothschild, do you have any 1-star doctors?
We do on occasion. We have a number of folks on the phone who try to grapple with that.
Now, admittedly, about 3/4 of the doctors are rated good or excellent, but...
About 1/4 are negative.
But then those negative user ratings are protected as free speech by the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. The whole conversation's at cbsnewyork.com/CEO Radio. Ray Hoffman with the Wall Street Journal on WCBS CEO Radio at 80.
WCBS News Time, 9:43. Brad Heller's up next with the business of sports.
Thanksgiving is this week, and the folks at 1-800-Flowers.com know it's a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created something special to bring smiles all around. The Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece, a handcrafted arrangement full of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Take it from me, this gorgeous centerpiece will add lots of autumn warmth and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. And for a limited time, 1-800-Flowers.com has a special offer since you listen to the Osgood File. Order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece and get a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece, all for just $29.99. That's more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free, available for same-day delivery. To order this centerpiece and more, just go to 1-800-Flowers.com, either from your desktop or your mobile device. At the top of the home page, click on the radio microphone and enter my last name, Osgood. Osgood. That's 1-800-Flowers.com and enter Osgood. Or you can call 1-800-Flowers and mention Osgood.
Partly sunny, 43 in lower Manhattan. The high today will be around 50, and that's about the picture for much of the week. 5-day forecast in detail in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace.
Coming up on WCBS.
Some tips on how to have your dream winter vacation without spending a fortune.
Dow down about 64. Full market update with Ray Hoffman in 10 minutes.
WCBS News Time, 9:45. Here's Brad Heller with the business of sports.
Well, Michael, Rutgers will announce today that it's saying goodbye to the Big East in 2014 for the more stable, more profitable Big Ten, joining Maryland, which made the announcement yesterday to leave the ACC. Now, make no mistake about it, this is all about money. The Big Ten Network has been a gold mine for the league, generating $242 million in revenue last year alone. Add the New York and Washington markets to the mix, and Sports Illustrated reporting that Big Ten schools could receive between $30 and $35 million a year. Meanwhile, the NHL and the Players Association met for about 2 hours last night, the first face-to-face negotiations in more than a week. The league asked the union to come up with a new proposal wording come until tomorrow. Monday Night Football, the Niners all over the Bears, 32-7 in San Francisco. Both starting quarterbacks were out with concussions. San Fran backup Colin Kaepernick threw 2 touchdown passes. NBA tonight, the Knicks will take on the Hornets in New Orleans. It'll be the Nets and Lakers at Staples Center. Brooklyn going for its 6th straight win. College basketball, Barclays Center tonight, the Legends Classic Championship. #1 Indiana will take on Georgetown. The Hoyas upset UCLA last night. Also last night, first loss of the season for UConn, 66-60 to New Mexico. That was in the championship of the Paradise Jam in the Virgin Islands. In baseball, John Gibbons back for a second stint as manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. He spent 5 years as skipper from 2004 to 2008. Sports sponsored by Walgreens on Thanksgiving Day. If you're at the corner of turkeys in the oven and some time to burn, swing by Walgreens, where you can get 50% off all $9.99 toys with card from brands you love, including Disney, Hello Kitty, and Spider-Man. Walgreens at the corner of happy and healthy. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 9:47.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Drug, alcohol, and gambling addiction can be devastating for you and your loved ones. Don't let the disease of addiction ruin everything you've worked so hard for. The Treatment Helpline has helped thousands of people just like you take control of their addictions and live healthier, cleaner, and happier lives. You are not alone. Now there's hope. The Treatment Helpline has helped people just like you overcome their addiction. If you or a loved one is suffering from a drug, alcohol, or gambling addiction, let us help you today. Call 1-800-253-4207. Our seasoned addiction treatment professionals can show you how to use your private health insurance to help cover the costs of this life-changing program. Call now and get a free confidential consultation. 1-800-253-4207. That's 1-800-253-4207. Help is only a phone call away. Call 1-800-253-4207. That's 1-800-253-4207.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Visit Geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
WCBS News Time, 9:48.
Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Chris Majette.
It's gotten a little tougher now in Rockland County with an accident on the southbound New York State Thruway approaching exit 12. Delays go back to exit 14 in Spring Valley. And then there was another problem on the Tappan Zee Bridge, an accident on the Westchester County bound side, but that was very quickly cleared away. I don't see any problems any longer in New Rochelle on 95, so that looks okay. Now in Connecticut on the Merritt York Parkway, northbound repairs in the right lane from exit 40 up through 41. There was a southbound crash after exit 46, which has been cleared away. Connecticut Turnpike not doing too badly. Also on Long Island on the eastbound LIE at exit 38, which is the Northern State crossover. There's an accident over on the shoulder. Delays go back to Shelter Rock Road. And also in the Bronx on the Deegan southbound at Van Cortlandt Park. Accident cleared. We still have some very heavy delays on the Staten Island Expressway eastbound, coming off of the Goethals Bridge out through about Bradley Avenue. Kind of stays slow the rest of the way all the way over toward the Verrazano Bridge. Inbound Gowanus sluggish from the Belt Merge right up to the Brooklyn Bridge. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
And the 5-day forecast. Here's Craig Allen.
A variably cloudy day. Temperatures within a few degrees either side of 50. Mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45. The clouds should be giving way to more and more sun tomorrow, 50 to 55. Thanksgiving Day is nice, mainly sunny. It's milder, 53 to 58. And in the WCBS 5-day outlook, Friday, sunny to partly cloudy and quite mild, 55 to 60. Saturday, though, variably cloudy with a chance of a shower, then windy and colder as the temperature falls back through the 40s. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
We have partly sunny skies, 43 degrees. WCBS News Time, 9:50.
A lot of Americans may be planning a winter vacation to get away from the cold, but it doesn't have to cost you an arm and a leg. CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg shared some money-saving ideas with Gail King on CBS This Morning.
There's a website called cruisecompete.com. It's sort of like the lending tree where they send you quotes. You know, they all compete to see who's going to get you the lowest quote because, let's face it, in the cruise industry, an unsold cruise berth is inventory they'll never recoup once that cruise sail. And same thing with Cruise One and one called cruisebrothers.com because these particular travel agents may have preferred supplier relationships with the cruise lines or they have unpublished deals that are not necessarily on other websites.
And you always say that it's good to bundle your travel. I don't know what that means.
Well, what it means is, as opposed to just buying everything a la carte, you buy your hotel over here, your airline over here.
Got it.
You bundle it, even if you don't necessarily need the hotel, because sometimes they've got to get rid of all this inventory. So, for example, New York to LAX, you can bundle something for $1,400. That's airfare and hotel, but if you bought it a la carte, it'd be close to $1,800. And the same thing with Boston to Chicago. Instead of $1,400, you can get it for $1,100. Even if you don't even stay at the hotel, it can be cheaper.
Another way to save money on airfare is to travel on so-called dead weeks, which are the week after Thanksgiving and the week after New Year's.
Now, this WCBS Women in Business report. Yahoo knew what it was doing when it hired the 6 months pregnant Marissa Mayer as CEO earlier this year, according to Hadley Heath of the Independent Women's Forum. Heath says it was a business decision about what Mayer would bring to the job of running the Fortune 500 company.
Yahoo hired her in spite of the fact that she was pregnant because they knew that she was a valuable enough worker, and I think that's an important message for women to take away from all this, that we are valuable workers regardless of whether we have children or when we have children. It's not that Yahoo is necessarily trying to make a statement, we think that, it doesn't matter that someone's having a baby. It very much does matter, and, Yahoo's going to move their September board meeting to California instead of having it in New York. They are doing some bending for Mayer's situation, and that's a good thing, but overall I think the firm made this as a business decision. The cost-benefit analysis for Yahoo is one that still is beneficial to them. Mayer's experience is worth more to them than the few weeks that they may lose her to maternity leave. And I think that could hold true for women on the lower levels, that our value as workers and our contribution that we can make will outweigh whatever flexibility we want to ask for when it comes to having children.
Mayer gave birth to her first child, a son, on September 30th and was back at work 2 weeks later.
WCBS News Time, 9:52. Now a CNBC Good Life report with Jane Wells.
If you can't get a job, you have to make one. Jason Sadler has created one of the most unusual careers, starting a T-shirt company where other companies pay him to go around wearing their logos on his shirt, and he also talks about them on social media. CNBC.com's Cindy Perman writes business got so good that Sadler even had his dog wearing sponsored T-shirts. Yes, someone paid him for this. Now he's got a new crazy idea. He's auctioning off his last name for a year. Go to buymylastname.com and bid. The highest bidder on December 12th will determine what Sadler's new legal last name will be. Could be a company or something more devious. Sadler says he's had 3 last names in 30 years, which is a little unusual for a man, but okay, whatever. And he doesn't mind changing his name. As of this writing, the highest bidder at over $33,000 is a board game company which wants Jason Sadler to name himself after them and spend 2013 as Jason Wiggity Bang Games. Hey, it's a living. With a Good Life report, Jane Wells, CNBC for WCBS 880.
Life is full motion. Whether you're a stay-at-home parent, athlete, or work outdoors or in an office, from the time you get up in the morning, you are a body in motion. But when simple movements trigger severe joint pain, like walking, getting out of a car, or reaching for a lamp, it may be time to speak with a joint replacement expert at ONS, Orthopedic and Neurosurgery Specialists in Greenwich, Connecticut. Hip and knee replacement specialist Dr. Brian Cavanaugh and Dr. Frank Ennis and shoulder specialist Dr. Seth Miller are leaders in the field and use the most advanced techniques to help patients return to active lifestyles. Working with the Coordinated Joint Replacement Program at Greenwich Hospital, our surgeons have helped thousands of patients with arthritis and joint injuries to regain mobility. If chronic joint pain is keeping you from enjoying the best moments in life, speak with one of our joint replacement experts. Call ONS at 800-999-9667 or visit onsmd.com.
Market update next. When you need to know.
All eyes are on the important jobs report.
With so much at stake.
Salaries are still not keeping up.
We've got you covered. Listen every day to WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time, 9:55. This market update sponsored by Computer Network Solutions.
Ray Hoffman, Wall Street Journal.
And for now, anyway, it looks like the two-day rally is over. The Dow, after that more than 200-point gain yesterday, is back down 51 points. 12,744 is where it is. The S&P is down 4, NASDAQ down 8. Apple is holding most of its big gain from yesterday. It's only down about $3, $5.63 a share. That's after trading almost all the way down to $500 on Friday. They should only have Apple's problems at Hewlett-Packard, though. HP was a $52 stock in 2010. Now it's trading around $11.50. HP is down 12% today. It's given back everything it's gained going back to 2002 as of this morning. It turns out that HP got taken for billions on the big acquisition it made last year, a UK-based software company called Autonomy. Hewlett-Packard now says Autonomy misrepresented its finances. It paid $10 billion for it, and HP says, in effect, the company might have only been worth about $1 billion. Also trading down to a new 10-year low, the nation's biggest electronics chain, Best Buy. It's down 12% this morning. But don't look now. The maker of the BlackBerry, Research in Motion, has rallied 57% since the time the iPhone 5 came out in mid-September. Yes, you heard right. RIM is up 57% since mid-September. It's up 2% today. 10-year Treasury's holding at 1.63%. Gold is down $3, $17.30 an ounce. Business at 25 and 55. Ray Hoffman of the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio at 80.
And that's the WCBS Opening Bell Report for this Tuesday, November 20th.
And check out the Opening Bell on demand at cbsnewyork.com.
We'll check traffic and weather next. WCBS News Time, 9:57.
Liz.
Todd?
I want you back.
You're just saying that because I got a makeover to make me look hot, even though I was hot to begin with.
No. I miss those nights instantly watching TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
We watched as much as we wanted.
Whenever and wherever we wanted.
So, you love me? Even if I put these glasses back on?
Wow, those are thick. Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the credit pros now at 877-731-0082.
WCBS News Time, 9:58.
Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Chris Majette.
Yeah, very slow here this morning in Nassau County on the eastbound LIE, even though a crash has been cleared now at the Northern State crossover, which is exit 38. We still have heavy residual delays into the area. Now, also in the Bronx, there was a crash on the Deegan southbound of Van Cortlandt Park, which has been cleared. The LIE with the usual sluggish traffic westbound Casino Boulevard in through the area of Queens Boulevard, but then you're really jammed up on the brakes from Maurice Avenue right into the Queens Midtown Tunnel. As far as the Hudson River crossings are concerned, the inbound GW Bridge looks good. That has eased out completely now, but the inbound Lincoln Tunnel still at least, let's say 45 minutes, and the inbound Holland Tunnel down to about 10 to 15 from 1 to 9, and it's even better than that from the New Jersey Turnpike. Alternate side parking rules in effect, and now the latest from the WCBS Weather Center.
Variable amounts of clouds, high within a few degrees of 50. Tonight mostly cloudy, 40 to 45. Tomorrow, clouds should give way to a mostly sunny sky, 50 to 55, and dry and mild for Thanksgiving Day. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Not a bad day. Partly sunny just about everywhere now. We're up to 45 degrees in Lower Manhattan, 47 at Kennedy Airport. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace. Have a great day.
News, traffic, and weather on air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 20th, 2012. I'm Pat Farnack. Here's the latest from the WCBS newsroom. The newest train in town, the H, comes to hard-hit Rockaways. Israel and Hamas may be close to a ceasefire agreement, although the shelling continues in Gaza City. Schools in the tri-state juggle to make up days lost to Sandy. The Suffolk County Legislature votes on using dorm rooms for victims of the hurricane. A Facebook page is devoted to matching hurricane victims with families around the Thanksgiving table. And a man with a duffel bag is a person of interest in the killings of 2 shopkeepers in Brooklyn. In sports, the Knicks visit New Orleans. The Nets go to L.A. for the Lakers. WCBS News time, 10 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Frank Sedapani. As diplomats converge on the Middle East to press for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, the level of hostilities appears to be picking up again. CBS's Charlie Daggett describes the latest Israeli airstrike.
The plumes of smoke came from an area in southern Gaza City. The 2 large explosions were right here in central Gaza, not far from the demolished Hamas headquarters, a couple of blocks from where that is. We haven't been able to reach that area yet where we can say with any authority what the target may have been.
The experience is terrifying, especially for children.
The ground shakes, the windows rattle. They are hunkered down with their families, but they are not naive. They know what's going on around them. They know civilians are being killed, and there's a real fear that there really isn't a safe place to hide.
More than 100 Palestinians and 3 Israelis have died in a week of fighting. In Tel Aviv today, an Israeli man attacked a guard at the American embassy. Police spokesman Mickey Rosenfeld.
A suspect who came along with a knife and with an axe and tried to stab the security guard. The security guard fired warning shots in the air and managed to hold the suspect down on the floor.
The guard was hurt but not seriously. The motive for the attack isn't clear. Well, this is just in. Former Republican Senator Warren Rudman of New Hampshire has died. The New Hampshire union leader says Rudman, best known for his efforts to bring government spending under control, died overnight. He was 82. New home building was up more than 3.5% in October to a 4-year high. Jill Schlesinger is with CBSMoneyWatch.com.
When you look at housing starts from a year ago, they are up almost 42%. Now that's progress.
But there's still a long way to go. At last month's pace, builders would put up 894,000 new homes over the course of a year, well shy of the 1.5 million the industry would consider healthy. More flooding could be in store in Washington State and Oregon, where a powerful storm swamped roads, flooded basements, and cut power to tens of thousands of homes.
We're floating. I need a boat.
In Oregon, a hunter was killed when a tree fell on his tent. The government is investigating older BMW R-Series motorcycles for gasoline leaks that could start fires. The investigation involves about 24,000 motorcycles from the 2005 through the 2008 model years. Some long-lost recordings of a turbulent time in American history have resurfaced. CBS's Jim Krasula has the story.
The newly discovered audio tapes are of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1967 Charleston, South Carolina speech, a week after riots broke out in Detroit.
So I'm not gonna give you a motto of preacher philosophy, burn, baby, burn. I'm gonna say, build, baby, build, organize, baby, organize.
The recording found in a Summerville, South Carolina home belongs to a woman whose late father was a South Carolina newspaper reporter. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
The Dow Industrials are down 38 points. This is CBS News.
2 years ago, the people of BP made a commitment to the Gulf. I'm Fred Lamont, onshore site manager for BP. BP has paid over $23 billion in claims and cleanup costs. Today, the beaches and Gulf are open, and many areas are reporting their best tourism seasons in years. And BP is also committed to America. We support nearly 250,000 jobs and invest more here than anywhere else. We're working to fuel America for generations to come. Our commitment has never been stronger. Join the conversation on Facebook.com/BP America.
Running a small business doesn't leave much time for other things, does it? Well, Web.com is here to help by building you a successful website for free. Call now to experience 30 days of our comprehensive hosting, support, maintenance, and marketing on Google, Yahoo, Bing, and hundreds of other locations. Absolutely risk-free. Get your website built for free at web.com/radio or call 800-336-9883. 800-336-9883.
Live from Studio 11B at the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
What a gorgeous Tuesday morning we have on our hands. Partly sunny now and 45 degrees in Central Park. Times of clouds and sunshine all day long. The high 50 degrees. WCBS News Time, 10:04. Well, the H is the newest subway line in town, serving folks in the Rockaways who've been without rail service ever since Sandy. WCBS reporter Sean Adams with the story.
There's still mud and sand outside the Beach 90th station. Inside, the clean scent of bleach. And up on the platform, a welcomed sound.
This is shuttle train to Far Rockaway. The next stop on the train will be Beach 67th Street.
The Free H train, named after the 1960s shuttle, runs every 15 minutes from Beach 90th to Mott Avenue, Far Rockaway, where buses connect to the A train in Howard Beach. Brandon Jennings is grateful.
This will definitely work. I'm coping with it. No choice.
How did you get around before when there was no train?
Just, transfer from bus to bus, Trying to make the best way. Cabs with outrageous prices.
The H will run from 4:30 a.m. till just after midnight until further notice. It's going to take a while to rebuild the tracks across Jamaica Bay. These trains had to be driven in on trucks. From the Rockaways, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 10:05. Well, the school districts in Huntington and Copeg have canceled their entire 5-day midwinter break. It's to make up for the days lost during Hurricane Sandy, and the East Williston School will cancel 3 of the 5 days of their break. Meanwhile, New York City schools announced last night that they will cut the winter break in February by 3 days. Also, a dozen city schools that had been damaged by Sandy were finally able to reopen yesterday. But there are still a lot of students who are still being relocated. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell with the story.
Getting the 7,800 students back into their home schools is about more than education. Schools Chancellor Dennis Walcott says it's about a comfort level.
Back to normalcy. Back to a warm building where they can get a meal and really see their friends, see their teachers who they care for tremendously.
It's hoped that the 18 schools will be open by the end of the month.
The city also announced that a half day in June will now be a full class day as well. Well, today is the busiest day of the year at the Hunts Point Terminal Produce Market. Today, retail distributors will be picking up 30 million pounds worth of produce, sweet potatoes, cranberries, apples, and almost everything else that New Yorkers will eat for Thanksgiving. WCBS News Time, 10:07.
It's every parent's worry. Sick child and you can't reach your doctor. Well, Brooklyn parents can rest easy thanks to the pediatric emergency rooms at the new University Hospital, SUNY Downstate. This is Dr. Michael Lucchese. Our pediatric ERs are for the emergency care of children. Separate, super clean, with very short wait times and outstanding ER doctors. In fact, our doctors teach the doctors who practice in New York. More New York City doctors graduate from SUNY Downstate than any other medical school. ER doctors here are trained in a highly competitive program, specifically in children's emergency care. So when you're worried and up at night, the ER to remember is at University Hospital, SUNY Downstate, Litch, Central Brooklyn, and the Bay Ridge Urgent Care Center, where education and research are put into practice.
For a physician referral, 1-888-270-SUNY, 1-888-270-SUNY.
WCBS News Time, 10:08. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by B&H Photo and Video. Big good morning to Chris Majette in the traffic center, and we understand it's heavy on the LIE.
Very slow going, Pat, through Queens on the LIE westbound. Delays begin around Casino Boulevard, and it's just generally slow from that point out toward the area of Maurice Avenue. And then at Maurice Avenue, it really starts to jam up from that point all the way in toward the Queens Midtown Tunnel. I would definitely recommend commend the Grand Central. You're doing very well coming out of Nassau County. The only delays you will hit are exiting for the BQE southbound, and even that is not that bad. Speaking of the southbound BQE, very heavy Queens Boulevard down to the Kosciuszko, and kind of stays sluggish from that point the rest of the way down toward the area of the Manhattan and the Brooklyn bridges. Now, as far as the Hudson River crossings are concerned, we've eased out completely at the George. The inbound Lincoln Tunnel, still about 30 to 45 minutes. The Holland Tunnel, 5 or 10 from 1 to 9, better from the New Jersey Turnpike. Alternate side parking rules in effect today, and our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
And now let's talk about the weather forecast with CBS 2's John Elliott. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Pat. Hi, everybody. So, a few more clouds out there today. It'll be a mix of sun and clouds. Like yesterday, I think we are going to stay below normal again, right around 50 for a high, and we'll have to work for it like we did yesterday. In fact, even in the city, we stayed in the 40s. We'll be a little closer to 50 today. Warming trend continues over the next few days. Mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45 for the city. Of course, cooler for the suburbs. And then tomorrow may start with clouds, but we see a little bit more sun work its way in for your getaway Wednesday, 50 to 55 for your high. Thanksgiving Day, I think, starts with clouds, maybe clouds, possibly clouds overhead for the parade, but then we see mostly sunny skies return for the afternoon. 53 to 58, a little warmer for your Black Friday. Sunny to partly cloudy, and then we've got a front pushing through, so there's a chance of a shower either overnight Friday or early Saturday. Then it'll be windy and colder. Temperatures will be, for highs, just in the 40s, so there'll be about a 10-plus degree drop from Friday into the weekend. Partly sunny in the city now, 45 degrees. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
Thank you, John. WCBS News Time, 10:10.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Important medical alert for users of antidepressant prescription drugs. If you or a loved one used certain antidepressant prescription drugs before or during pregnancy, including Zoloft, Depakote, Paxil, Prozac, Wellbutrin, Lexapro, Celexa, or Effexor, and have a child born with a birth defect such as cleft lip, cleft palate, club foot, or other heart, lung, and cranial defects, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation and future medical expenses for your child's condition. Call 800-322-7975 now if you or a loved one used certain antidepressant prescription drugs before or during pregnancy and have a child born with a birth defect. Time is limited to file a claim. Act now. You may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-322-7975. That's 800-322-7975. The call and consultation are free. 800-322-7975.
This is an advertisement, not valid in all states. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. iLawsuit.com is an advertising group that represents lawyers advertising their services and is a free matching service for consumers. It is not a law firm or lawyer referral service.
WCBS News Time, 10:11. WCBS News Time, 10:12. Well, the Suffolk County Legislature today will consider using 130 dorm rooms at the New York Institute of Technology in Central Islip to house victims of the Superstorm Sandy. If the emergency measure passes, they can begin moving in fact, as soon as Wednesday. The resolution also addresses the protection of the college from liability in the use of the 70-room Ambassador Hall and also the 60-room Leadership Hall. The Red Cross will provide linens and security. WCBS News Time, 10:13. Now let's take a look at Signature in this closer look at Broadway.
Community. It's the new wave in the New York theater experience, exemplified by places like the Public, 59 East 59th, and now the Signature.
The whole idea behind the Pershing Square Signature Center is to create a place where we can assemble and come together and share in this, exploration of the stories that our writers tell.
Jim Houghton, founding artistic director, Signature Theater Company, known for devoting entire seasons to one playwright. Their Frank Gehry designed digs take up a city block on 42nd Street, 3 theater spaces where Houghton says they orchestrate collisions.
We're encouraging people to collide, and we do that through offering a bar, a cafe, a bookstore, a digital experience where you can go and dig deep into that particular play electronically.
Yeah, that's in part to address a whole generation coming up more comfortable with the electronic experience. More about the community of theater this Friday. More reviews on CBSNewYork.com. Jim Taylor, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 10:14. It's partly sunny. It's a gorgeous day. 45 degrees in Central Park. The high today, 50.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at CBSNewYork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Thanks so much for joining us, and good morning. I'm Pat Farnack. Coming up on WCBS, pairing victims of Sandy with families who want to share Thanksgiving dinner with others. And Beaujolais released this Thursday. Right now, the Dow is down 32. WCBS News Time, 10:15. Time now for sports. Big good morning to Brad Heller.
Well, good morning, Pat. Pretty soon the Big East won't have any schools from the East left. Syracuse and Pittsburgh already on their way out for the ACC. Now Rutgers expected to announce today that it's headed for the Big Ten. Maryland made it official yesterday, so the Big Ten will be the Big 14 when the Terps and Scarlet Knights make the jump in 2014. Monday Night Football, the 49ers defense dominated the Bears in a 32-7 win in San Francisco. 2 turnovers, 6 sacks. Aldon Smith credited. He spent 5 years as skipper from 2004 to 2008. He walks into a team that picked up a ton of players in the blockbuster deal with the Marlins. Jose Reyes, Mark Burley, Josh Johnson and company. Commissioner Bud Selig officially approved the deal yesterday. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
Thanks, Brad. And we're sponsored by Bank Leumi. WCBS News Time, 10:17.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
If you're the mother of a child with behavior problems, I'd like to talk to you. My name is Janet Lehman. I'm a behavioral therapist and a mom. I know what it's like when the child you love becomes a defiant, out-of-control child who disrespects you. That's why my husband James and I created the Total Transformation, the program that tens of thousands of moms are now using to turn around their child's behavior. If you've heard about the Total Transformation and wondered if it will work for you, now you can try it for free. I'm willing to give away 1,000 programs today for free. All you need to do is get the program and let us know how it works for you. We'll let you keep it for free. I know the Total Transformation works because I used these techniques with my own son and with troubled kids for over 30 years. Let me prove to you that it works by giving you the program for free.
Call now, 800-324-3211. 800-324-3211. That's 800-324-3211.
We'll take a ride in 10 seconds. WCBS News Time, 10:18. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th, sponsored by Mavis Discount Tires. Here's Chris Majette.
Well, Pat, you're going to notice some delays on the RFK Triborough Bridge. The Manhattan leg is just temporarily closed. It's been lifted so that a boat can pass underneath, and so has the Willis Avenue Bridge now, too. So just for a couple more minutes, we should have the closure of the Manhattan leg of the RFK Triborough and the Willis Avenue Bridge. Also on the Belt Parkway, as usual, delays on the eastbound side getting out toward the area of Rockaway Parkway and Pennsylvania Avenue. On the BQE, or actually the outbound Gowanus at the Belt Parkway split, we just had a crash cleared. There was a collision on the Deegan northbound side of Yankee Stadium. That's been cleared away as well. The inbound George looks great. The Lincoln Tunnel still the delay leader here, about 35 to 45 minutes. Inbound Holland Tunnel 10 to 15 minutes from 1 to 9, but much better from the Turnpike. And we are jammed in New Jersey on Route 80, eastbound approaching exit 56, which is Squirrelwood Road in Woodland Park. You've got an accident there. 2 lanes are blocked off. Delays go back to Route 23 in Wayne, which is exit 53. And our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on with CBS.
And now let's check on that weather forecast with CBS 2's John Elliott.
A mix of sun and clouds again today, and a little shy of where we should be temperature-wise, so let's shoot for 50 degrees for a high this afternoon. Mostly cloudy tonight, 40 to 45 for the city, far cooler for the suburbs north and west. Now, clouds tomorrow to start, but we're trying to usher in a little bit more sun into the afternoon. Should be a little warmer, too, 50 to 55 for your Wednesday. Thanksgiving Thursday starts with clouds, but we see more sun in the afternoon, 53 to 58 for an even warmer high. Warmest day of the week, likely your Black Friday, 55 to 60. Watch for increasing clouds, though, late in the day. Chance of showers overnight or early Saturday as we have a cold front on the way, and then anticipating far cooler temperatures for the weekend. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
Partly sunny, 45 degrees in Central Park. WCBS News Time, 10:20.
With so much going on in the world today, Cars for Kids is promoting random acts of kindness. Here's this week's featured charity moment submission, brought to you by Cars for Kids.
After Joe retired from the NYPD, he decided to fill his time by volunteering for Special Olympics Long Island. He specifically asked for the jobs that nobody else wanted, and therefore became the official water boy. Today, 8 years later, he is still volunteering and coaching. The athletes have become a second family to him.
Like Joe, you too can help make the world a better place. Click on the banner now to submit your act of kindness for a chance to have it heard on WCBS 880.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today with 1-877 Cars for Kids. You'll receive a maximum tax deduction. What's more, you'll receive a vacation voucher of 3 days and 2 nights. Also on the web at carsforkids.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's cars with a K.
I've had some serious medical issues. Then suddenly things got so bad I could hardly walk, barely even breathe. The doctor said without treatment I would die.
Nick needed a new aortic valve, but he was too sick for regular heart surgery. His cardiologist suggested one last hope, a revolutionary procedure called transcatheter aortic valve replacement, or TAVR.
My doctor sent me to Winthrop. It's one of the first 70 heart hospitals in the country that can do the procedure.
TAVR uses a valve mounted inside a stent. A Winthrop cardiovascular team threaded the device through an artery in Nick's leg. Once they'd positioned it inside his heart, the new valve took over.
The entire Winthrop team was amazing. They sent me home in days with a brand new heart valve and a whole new lease on life.
TAVR is approved by the FDA, and it offers new hope to patients who are too ill for standard surgery. Learn more at winthrop.org or call 1-866-WINTHROP. Winthrop University Hospital. Your health means everything.
WCBS 880, because it matters where you get your news.
Hurricane force wind warning, historic, damaging storm surge.
The CIA chief is out. Retired General David Petraeus.
Rockets from Gaza hit Israel.
Massive delays on the New York State Thruway from 15A right down to the Tappan Zee Bridge.
We live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America.
When you need to know, we've got you covered. Stay with WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time, 10:22. There's a Facebook page now devoted entirely to getting families affected by Hurricane Sandy a home-cooked Thanksgiving meal.
Al Eichel of Toms River created the Facebook page, but was surprised at the number of families willing to open their doors to victims of Hurricane Sandy on Thanksgiving.
In the worst of circumstances, I think that the generosity and the humanity just comes out. And this is the worst we've ever experienced.
300 families in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut signed on. Now she needs to find more people to go to those families.
So I'm still hopeful. I would just like to, find everybody a family within the next couple of days because Thanksgiving is Thursday.
Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 10:23.
Beaujolais Nouveau. I'm Anthony Diaz-Blue at the Blue Lifestyle Minute, sponsored by Cuisinart. This coming Thursday is an important day. It's the day that the year's supply of Beaujolais Nouveau is released. By decree of French law. Made from 100% Gamay grapes, this flavorful red with low tannins is easy to drink and pairs well with cheese, roasted fowl, and bread, making it a great choice for Thanksgiving. The fruity flavors of Beaujolais Nouveau are best when chilled slightly, though it may seem somewhat difficult to hide the festively decorated bottle for any length of time. Finish each bottle quickly, as the Nouveau denotes it's not meant to be aged. Beaujolais Nouveau's simplicity has its critics, but sometimes it can't hurt just to have a bright, fresh, fruity wine around, enjoyable for all of your guests. I'm Anthony Diaz-Blue, sponsored by Cuisinart. Find small appliances and cookware. Visit Cuisinart.com. This is the Blue Lifestyle Minute on WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time, 10:24. WCBS News Time, 10:25. Time now for business. Let's check in live now with Marcy Norton at the Wall Street Journal. Good morning, Marcy.
Morning, Pat. Well, stocks starting out on the weak side today because of some crummy corporate earnings reports. We've got the Dow Jones Industrials down 21 points at 12,775. The NASDAQ is a fraction lower. S&P 500 also down just a fraction of a point. Hewlett-Packard is the biggest culprit today. It's taking a staggering $8 billion write-down because of what it calls serious accounting improprieties at a software firm it acquired last year. It's saying that the company did not tell the truth about its financial situation when HP was acquiring it. The company was Autonomy. It was a software company. Shares of Hewlett-Packard are down 12% at $11.71 apiece. Closer to home, Camden, New Jersey-based Campbell's Soup still struggling. It's down 1.5% at $36.38 a share. Campbell's quarterly earnings were okay, but higher costs hurt the bottom line, and its sales projections for the next few months were a little weaker than expected. On the happier side, housing starts hit a 4-year high last month. The Commerce Department says builders broke ground on more new houses in October, but permits for new construction fell, and that's a sign that building could slow down over the next couple of months. Crude oil a little bit lower today, down, almost 1% at $88.56 a barrel. Again, the Dow Jones Industrials are down 22 points. I'm Marcy Norton at the Wall Street Journal for WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time, 10:26.
How far would you go to help save someone's life? How about to your garage? If you have an unneeded vehicle, donate it to the Salvation Army. They'll pick it up for free, and the proceeds from its sale will help someone in the grip of addiction reclaim his life. To donate your vehicle, call 1-800-SA-TRUCK or visit satruck.org. You will be doing the most good.
We interrupt our program with news that a buy one, get one 50% off sale made impact at Old Navy in what officials say is a sign of impending Cheermageddon. We now take you to Shoppers on the scene.
It crashed into earth with enormous savings. I got a coat, and without warning, jeans were half price. And I bought a sweater and got a performance fleece, half off. We're all gonna buy.
Save yourself and buy one, get one 50% off the entire store. Now through Thanksgiving Day. Old Navy. Come fun, come all.
Valid 11/17 through 11/22 and store only excludes gift cards.
WCBS News Time, 10:27. Well, the mayor of Clark, New Jersey is saying that the cost of a huge police search for a teenager who faked her own kidnapping will not be passed to her family. The disappearance of 16-year-old Cara Alongi became a global sensation after she tweeted in September that somebody was in her house. Mayor Sal Bonacorso says it turned out that Cara had just run away. She turned up 2 days later, calling 911 from a Burger King along the New Jersey Turnpike. As of last night, heat and hot water were restored to all 386 public housing buildings in New York City affected by Hurricane Sandy, and 97% of the 699 elevators are also back up and operating once again. WCBS News Time, 10:28. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the 8s, we'll start with Chris Majette.
Well, Pat, the good news on the RFK Triborough Bridge is that the Manhattan leg is open once again to traffic after a boat passed underneath. They had to raise the bridge for just a couple of minutes, and it is back into down position. Same thing on the Willis Avenue Bridge. Here's some good news in New Jersey. An accident investigation is just wrapped up in Woodland Park on eastbound 80 at exit 56. That's the exit for Squirrelwood Road. Still slow from exit 53, but should start to ease out a little bit. The George Washington Bridge, best of the Hudson River crossings. Lincoln Tunnel's a half hour, and actually the Holland Tunnel looks good now, too, into the city. Traffic sponsored by the North Face. The North Face Thunder Micro Jacket offers comfort from approach to final pitch. Compressible down insulation retains critical warmth while flash dry panels help remove sweat and regulate body temperature. Don't let winter keep you off the rock. Visit thenorthface.com to find a North Face store near you. And now here's John Elliott in the CBS 2 Weather Center.
Hey, thank you, Chris. Good morning, everybody. That North Face jacket will feel good this weekend. There's going to be a big drop in the temperatures into the weekend, so get ready for that. Oh, you've got so much to do before then, though. Maybe still working outside, cleaning up. The weather is going to cooperate through the end of the shortened work week. We'll see highs today right around 50 with a mix of sun and clouds. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight. And then tomorrow, a little bit more sun and a little warmer, closer to where we should be in the low 50s. Thanksgiving Day starts with clouds and then mostly sunny and mid to upper 50s. That's going to be nice. Friday, sunny to partly cloudy, and we see increasing clouds into the afternoon. Warmest day of the week on Friday will give way to those cold temperatures this weekend. 45 is the temperature right now in the city. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 10:30.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio. WCBS 880.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 20th, 2012. I'm Pat Farnack. Here's the latest from the WCBS Newsroom. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton goes to the Middle East to try to broker a peace deal. It's new, and they just love it. The H train comes to the Rockaways. The behind-the-scenes moves continue to try to avoid the fiscal cliff. It may not be the end of Hostess, after all. In the Osgood file, Eat, Drink, and Be Merry with a special nod to the juniper berry. And they've come all the way from the Rocky Mountain state of Colorado to help clean up hard-hit Mastic Beach. In sports, Rutgers announces today it's moving to the Big Ten, and the Knicks visit New Orleans. The Nets go to L.A. for the Lakers. WCBS News Time, 10:31. Well, Secretary of State Clinton is heading to the Middle East to try to work out a peace deal. It comes as both Israelis and Palestinians continue to fire rockets at each other. From Jerusalem, here's CBS News correspondent Robert Berger.
Sirens wailed here in Jerusalem just a short time ago. I heard a boom in the distance, and police say a rocket landed near Bethlehem, not far from here. So many Israelis believe the army should keep on fighting.
There is no other option. We must do what we are doing now.
They fear a premature truce could bring just a short period of quiet before the next round of conflict.
WCBS News Time, 10:32. This portion of the news sponsored by your Greater New York Toyota dealer. Well, the MTA has launched a new subway line this morning. It's called the H Line, and it runs to the Rockaways.
Folks in the Rockaways are still shell-shocked. The soggy debris piles linger. The streets are caked with mud, sand, and pulverized sheetrock. But this is the sound of progress. The free H train, named after the 1960s shuttle, links Beach 90th and Mott Avenue in Far Rockaway, where buses connect to the A train in Howard Beach. Daniel Rivera is overjoyed.
Originally, forget about it. It was a nightmare. I did a lot of walking. I'd walk 2 miles every morning to my job. First time I heard of this, so I'm getting on the subway here.
Hey, it's free.
You know, it's free. The price is right. Absolutely.
Sandy decimated the tracks to the Rockaways. The system has to be rebuilt. These old cars, now the H train, had to be driven over on flatbed trucks. They will run every 15 minutes from 4:30 a.m. to just after midnight. From the Rockaways, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
As we get closer to Thanksgiving, the fiscal cliff still looms. Here is CBS correspondent and chief White House correspondent, Major Garrett.
Right now this week on Capitol Hill, it's sort of like you would prepare for a Thanksgiving meal. The staff on the Senate Finance Committee, Budget Committee on the House, Ways and Means, are preparing a recipe. All the various options, all the things you can cut, all the things you can tax, What are the numbers behind them? How do they add up in various different ways to put together a deal? So the data will all be the same for everyone to look at once the lawmakers, the decision makers, re-engage after the Thanksgiving holiday. So it's sort of like everyone's in the kitchen looking at their recipes, but we have the cooks to wait for to decide what the meal is going to look like.
Well, it's an interesting metaphor to use, Major, because a lot of people can get recipes anywhere.
Exactly.
But a lot of people can't cook very well.
Precisely.
And so that's really the concern. What ends up in this final meal, if you will, on the fiscal cliff? How are they going to do this? I mean, I hear this thing about they're going to do it in 2 different tranches.
Right. There's a theory about a 2-stage process where you take care of the middle-class tax cuts under the Bush tax code, passed in 2001.
So
that
everyone under $250,000
held harmless, no tax increase there. That's the politically popular thing to do. Then you take that and maybe you throw in a debt ceiling there, but then you have the other issues, the defense spending cuts, the domestic discretionary cuts, entitlement reforms, tax reform, and you put that off to later next year. That's the idea of having a bridge over the cliff to something that's a bigger resolution. That's one way of doing it, but I will tell you this. You'll never get more attentiveness, more public hysteria than you'll get in December. And you'll never get a time when there'll be more ability to increase that sort of sense of fear and panic, then cut a deal and have everyone celebrate the fact that we didn't have to go over the cliff. So if you're a politician who wants to generate a sense of unease and then capitalize on it, now's the time to cut the deal.
WCBS News Time 1034. We'll check the numbers on Wall Street coming up. WCBS News Time 1034.
No one chooses to have depression, but every day people choose to do something about it. And for many, it means taking an antidepressant. But for some, it may not always be enough. Low mood, loss of interest, these are just a few of the common symptoms that can continue to stay with you, even while you're treating depression. If you're feeling better on your antidepressant, but are still not quite where you want to be, the Depression Outreach Study may be an option. It's evaluating an investigational drug that's intended to be taken with your current antidepressant to see if it helps to lessen any ongoing symptoms of depression. All eligible study participants will receive investigational study drugs, coverage for their current prescription antidepressant, and study-related care at no cost. To learn more, call 866-581-6560. That's 866-581-6560. Or visit DepressionOutreachStudy.com. Learn more today, because you shouldn't have to handle depression alone.
WCBS News Time 1036. A little bit of a mixed bag on Wall Street right now. The Dow is down 21 at 12,774. The NASDAQ is down fractionally while the S&P is up fractionally. Crude coming in at 88.46. Well, maybe it's not the end of Hostess after all. The company and one of its unions have been ordered into mediation to try to resolve their differences. And Irene Cornell has more from bankruptcy court in White Plains.
The federal bankruptcy judge, Robert Drain, was not being nostalgic about Twinkies or ding-dongs. He's determined to take a last shot at trying to save over 18,000 jobs by acting as a mediator between the Hostess brand and the striking bakers union. The Hostess CEO, Greg Rayburn, said he's all for it. He's heard the public outcry about the closing. He's seen the $5,000 Twinkies on eBay.
I rarely run into people that can't tell me a favorite product from when they grew up, and I can tell you my 8-year-old eats them all the time. It's the only time any of my sons have ever cared what company I was trying to help. He's all into it.
From White Plains Bankruptcy Court, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 1037.
Stanley Tomkiel III brings more than 30 years of experience to the task of representing injured people throughout New York City and beyond. At Tomkiel & Tomkiel, we are well equipped to fight for maximum compensation after your serious accident. Our clients confidently turn to us for results-oriented advocacy following accidental injuries and fatalities. We handle construction accidents, motor vehicle accidents, nursing home injuries, and other personal injury matters. Call us now, 212-599-1001. That's 212-599-1001.
Look, it's Lord Horsey.
They say he has instant access to a wealth of entertainment, a most appropriate suitor.
He is of Netflix. Lavishes $8 a month on thousands of TV episodes and movies.
I heard he watches them over the internet.
Pish posh, it's the 1700s. Internet doesn't exist yet.
Oh, do hush, child.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
WCBS News Time, 10:38. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th, sponsored by University Hospital SUNY Downstate. Here comes Chris Majette.
Well, the delay leader at the Hudson River crossings continues to be the inbound Lincoln Tunnel with about a 20 to 30-minute delay. The Holland Tunnel was under 5 minutes, and it seems to be building up a little bit now again from the 1 and 9 approach. So I'm going to say it's about 5 or 10 at the Holland Tunnel, and the George Washington Bridge looks good. Also in New Jersey, westbound on 78, the Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike, just after interchange 14A in Bayonne as you get onto that Newark Bay Bridge. There is a left lane accident on the span of the bridge. We had a real bad crash in Woodland Park on eastbound 80 at exit 56, which is Squirrelwood Road. That's been completely cleared away now. And also there was a crash in Old Bridge, New Jersey, Route 9 northbound at Ferry Road. That's been cleared. Rockland County on the southbound New York State Thruway, not too bad as you get onto the Tappan Zee Bridge. Also the Tappan Zee is in good shape. There is some road work on the span of the bridge. And also that's on the Westchester County bound side, by the way. The right lane is closed. And also in Westchester on the Sprainbrook Parkway northbound side near Route 100, actually north and southbound, you're going to see construction work in that vicinity. And our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on the CBS.
And now let's check the weather forecast with our meteorologist from CBS 2, John Elliott.
Mix of sun and clouds and a high of 50 today, mostly cloudy tonight. A little bit more sun for your Wednesday, a little warmer too, 50 to 55. And then for Thanksgiving Thursday, clouds to start, but we will march more sun into your afternoon. Warm you up too. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
Right now it's partly sunny and 45 degrees in Central Park. WCBS News Time, 10:40.
Lewis, a left to Max's jaw, a right to his head. Max shoots a hard right to Lewis. Lewis with the old 1-2. First to left and then the right. And Schmeling is down. The count is 7, 8. The men are in the ring. The fight is over. Well, let's look at the glamorous crowd at ringside. There's the entire cast of Clifford Odets' Golden Boy, Siggy, Roxy, and Pepper, with Tony Shalhoub from TV's Monk, Tom Moody, played by Danny Mastrogiorgio, and next to them, Danny Burstein, who plays Tokyo, and Golden Boy himself, Seth Numrick as Joe Bonaparte, the talented violinist who gives everything up for fame and fortune in the ring, and for gorgeous Lorna Moon, the dame from Newark, played by Yvonne Strahovski from TV's Dexter. Just some of the colorful characters sharing the excitement. Take it from me, there are a lot of hits on Broadway, but only one knockout. Lincoln Center Theater presents Golden Boy, directed by Bartlett Shear at the Belasco Theater. Don't get counted out. Visit telecharge.com.
Mom was always independent, so it broke my heart when I thought she might need a nursing home. Thankfully, I discovered a better choice. Health First managed long-term care options, provide the specialized, coordinated care Mom needs to help her stay where her heart is, at home.
Find out if a Health First managed long-term care plan is right for you. Call 1-855-552-4369. 1-855-552-4369. 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or visit hflongtermcare.org.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Waiting in the wings, the Osgood File.
The Osgood File, sponsored in part by Target Pharmacy, here to give you a healthy dose of healthy savings and happy shopping. This is Charles Osgood. Our annual food issue of TV Sunday Morning is subtitled Eat, Drink, and Be Merry. And the drink party of the day took our CBS News colleague Rebecca Jarvis to an island off the coast of Wisconsin.
Across a choppy stretch of Lake Michigan called Death's Door Passage sits Washington Island, home to about 660 residents and a lot of these.
These being juniper berries, says agricultural scientist Ronald Dutch.
Inside the berry is the essential oil that's used for medicinal purposes and is used as a botanical to flavor gin.
Yes, gin is back. Steve Olson is a historian. His particular branch of study is one I don't recall from my own student days. Don't recall being taught it anyway. He is a cocktail historian. Call it the juniper branch these days.
There are 170 gins sold in the United States. There were 4 when I started teaching about gin in the late 1980s.
Gin history goes back to the 13th century.
The word gin comes from the word jenever, which literally in Dutch means juniper, because gin, by definition, is supposed to be a juniper-flavored beverage.
By the 1700s, gin had made its way to England, where it became known as the drink of the masses. Rebecca Jarvis.
The gin of the time was twice as potent as its modern counterpart, and often consumed by the pintful. The spirit was quickly demonized, blamed for the plight of the underclass.
Gin is considered more respectable now. Rebecca asked cocktail historian Olson.
What would you say is the highest point in history for gin?
We are right now on the precipice of the most exciting time of gin.
It's the age of gin we are living in. Given the rest of what's going on in the world, I can see why. The Osgood File. This is Charles Osgood on the CBS Radio Network.
And we are sponsored by P.C. Richard & Son. WCBS News Time, 1044. We'll do sports coming up.
Guys, you've heard about Ageless Male, the natural supplement that helps boost testosterone levels within normal, healthy ranges. But now, the best testosterone product is even better. New and improved Ageless Male can help you feel more like you used to in your active life and in your romantic life. Because our upgraded formula has been clinically shown to increase your drive, desire, and performance. That's right, guys. Ageless Male has been clinically shown to boost performance. Cancel your plans this weekend. You're staying in. If you're ready to recapture the drive from your youth, now is the time to try Ageless Male because it's available risk-free. But you must call now. Just call 1-800-249-1889. Be the guy you used to be. Just call 1-800-249-1889. 1-800-249-1889. 1-800-249-1889.
Partly sunny, 45 degrees now in Central Park, going up to a high of 50 today.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. Wherever you are, we are. New York's News Radio, WCBS 880.
Well, good morning. I'm Pat Farnack. Coming up on WCBS, they've come all the way from Colorado to help clean up in Mastic Beach. We'll have that story coming up. And right now, the Dow is down 21 points. WCBS News Time, 1045. Time for sports, sponsored by Betteridge. Here comes Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, Rutgers is one win away from at least a share of its first Big East title, but it's 2 years away from leaving the Big East entirely. The school set to announce today it's moving to the Big Ten in 2014, along with Maryland, which made the announcement yesterday. Now, make no mistake about it, this is all about money. Reports say each Big Ten school takes in nearly $25 million in TV rights from the successful Big Ten network, and that's only expected to increase, bringing in the New York City and Washington, D.C. markets. Monday Night Football was all 49ers last night, 32-7 over QB Jason Campbell, sacked 6 times. He was picked off twice. Niners backup Colin Kaepernick, 2 touchdown passes, filling in for Alex Smith, who was also out with a concussion. NBA, the Knicks on the road tonight. They'll face the Hornets in New Orleans. It's the start of a 3-game road trip. The Nets get the Lakers at Staples Center. No official word yet if new Lakers coach Mike D'Antoni will make his debut on the bench. College basketball at Barclays Center tonight. The Legends Classic Final. Number 1 Indiana will take on Georgetown. Rutgers is home for Boston University. Columbia visits Villanova. And John Gibbons back for a second stint as manager of the Blue Jays. He spent 5 years as skipper from 2004 to 2008. He'll have a lot to work with. Commissioner Bud Selig finally approved the trade with the Marlins. Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, Mark Burley among those headed to Toronto. Sports sponsored by Caesars Entertainment. It's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Bally's, Caesars, Harrah's Resort, and Showboat are open and ready to celebrate your return with 24-hour action and excitement. Let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 1047.
During these tough economic times, there is one thing you can count on: your education. Higher education will give you the chance at finding a better job and improve the quality of your life. Further your education and advance your career today. If you're looking to go back to school in the next 3 months and already have your high school diploma, start your search with the National Education Online Center. You'll get free expert advice, school information, and a free financial aid guide. NEOC will help you get matched to your right school today. Call 877-516-0727.
Now this 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. WCBS News Time, 10:48. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8s. And first up is Chris Majette.
Well, road work in Connecticut likely to slow you down on the northbound Merritt from exit 40, actually from exit 39 up to about exit 41 in Norwalk. There you have the right lane shut down. Much better on the northbound Connecticut Turnpike and also on Long Island and Nassau County. We're doing well on the LIE in the northern state. Now, the LIE in Queens is not so good if you're trying to get into the Queens Midtown Tunnel. You're doing very well through the fairgrounds, but boy, once you get to Maurice Avenue, it is jam-packed solid from that point right into the entrance to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. You will be better off using the 59th Street Bridge or even the Grand Central Parkway, which is a really good shot right out of Nassau County onto the RFK Triborough Bridge. But then once you're on the east side on the FDR Drive, you are generally heavy from about the 130s down through at least the 70s. The inbound GW Bridge has eased out, so is the Holland Tunnel. Lincoln Tunnel still going to be about 20 to 30 minutes into the city. And our next traffic update, less than 10 minutes away on CBS.
And now let's check out the weather forecast with CBS 2's John Elliott. Not too bad, John.
You know, it really
Today.
isn't. I mean, for this time of year, and we have to count our blessings. It's quiet. It's a little on the cool side, but fine for travel. And as we work our way into the holiday itself, it actually gets a little bit warmer. So, yeah, we'd like to get a little bit more sun into the area, and I think we'll succeed in that endeavor a little more so for your Wednesday and Thursday. Today, right around 50 with that mix of sun and clouds. Clouds definitely overnight tonight. Start the day with clouds tomorrow and hoping for those mostly sunny skies into the afternoon. Low 50s will feel right around normal. A little warmer for your Thanksgiving Day. Do remember, though, it's a little cloudy to start, so clouds over those beautiful balloons, and then we see more sun as you go out for touch football. Friday, partly to mostly cloudy as we work more clouds into the area into the afternoon. It's warmer on Friday, but here comes a cold front. Operative word there, cold. It's going to be quite a bit cooler this weekend with highs for many in the low to mid 40s. Some folks will be in the upper 40s, but a big drop. 45 right now in the city. I'm John Elliott in the always thankful WCBS Weather Center.
Thank you, John. WCBS News Time, 10:50.
When news breaks, CBS is there. On TV, on radio, online. CBS 2 HD, News Radio 880, 1010 wins. The Fan and CBSNewYork.com. Combined power, more reporters. Your place for breaking news.
WCBS News Time, 10:50. On Long Island, some volunteers have come from 2 time zones away to help rebuild. WCBS Long Island Bureau Chief Mike Zirinax is in Mastic Beach with the story.
About a dozen Colorado State University students are spending their Thanksgiving holiday week here in Mastic Beach, helping hurricane-ravaged residents. Sociology professor Caroline Mitchell is with them.
These guys aren't affected by hurricanes. They live in the middle of Colorado. But to see, I think, what Mother Nature can do here is pretty amazing.
Amazing and life-changing, says student Megan Reiblin.
And if you can make a difference, then why not?
Different kind of Thanksgiving, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
The students are offering emotional support and helping to remove debris. Megan calls it her best Thanksgiving holiday ever. In Mastic Beach, Long Island, Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 10:52. A Brooklyn firehouse is moving forward with its annual Thanksgiving charity run. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell says this year's proceeds will help firefighters impacted by Hurricane Sandy.
As a firefighter here at Ladder 176, Anthony Friel has seen the importance of the turkey trot. But this year, the money will help firefighters who were impacted by the storm.
I get to be a part of it every year, but this year it'll mean a little bit more to me.
Friel saw his home in the Rockaways fill with water.
I just realized how lucky that we are. We were so close to it, and my family and I were safe, and we just thank God.
Hundreds of firefighters have had their homes damaged. In Brownsville, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Well, Newark Mayor Cory Booker will live at least 1 week on food stamps. He will be joined also by an Army wife who tweeted that nutrition is not the responsibility of the government. Now, Booker challenged her, saying, "We have a shared responsibility that kids go to school nutritionally ready to learn," and she agreed. WCBS News Time, 10:53. Time now for Raising Our Kids, sponsored by London Jewelers.
Are you having trouble getting your kids out the door in the morning? I'm Pat Carroll for Parents Magazine with Raising Our Kids. If your child seems to get trapped at the breakfast table chatting or playing on his iPhone, set a cell phone alarm, something fun like a duck quacking, to go off just before you're due out the door. This will alert him that he has 3 minutes to finish his toast and his game before he has to head out the door. It also allows you, as a parent, to disassociate yourself with the nagging as you let the alarm call attention to the time instead of you. If you know that you can never find an umbrella, buy a bunch of cheap ones to keep by the door to grab and go. Similarly, buy socks in bulk so that even mismatched pairs go together. If possible, keep a supply of single-dollar bills on hand, too, for last-minute school-related money requirements. With Raising Our Kids, I'm Pat Carroll, WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time, 10:54.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Also on the web at carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. We're a recognized 501c3 charity organization, so you'll receive a maximum tax deduction. What's more, you'll receive a vacation voucher of 3 days and 2 nights.
Cars for Kids has additional staff and crews available to accommodate increased volume in the wake of Hurricane Sandy's destruction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-8.
Mom was always fiercely independent, so it broke my heart when it looked like I had no choice but to put her in a nursing home. I couldn't imagine her leaving the home where she made so many memories. Thankfully, I discovered a better choice. Health First managed long-term care options. Health First offers managed long-term care plans that provide specialized, coordinated care for elderly people like Mom need to maintain their independence and continue to live at home. Thanks to Health First managed long-term care options, Mom will not only be able to feel at home, she will be at home, and that's of great comfort to our family.
Find out if Health First managed long-term care options are right for your loved one. Call 1-855-552-4369. 1-855-552-4369. 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or visit hflongtermcare.org.
WCBS News Time 10:55. Time now for business, sponsored by iToro Appliances. Let's go live with Marcy Norton at the Wall Street Journal.
We got more encouraging housing market data today, but it's not enough to keep the market on the plus side. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 26 points at 12,769. The Nasdaq's lower by 2 points. S&P 500 is down a fraction. Builders broke ground on a lot more new homes last month. The Commerce Department says housing starts rose more than 3.5%. They're at their highest level in 3 years. But Dow component Hewlett-Packard is dragging on the blue chips with its shares down more than 11% because it's taking an $8 billion charge related to last year's acquisition of software company Autonomy. HP says Autonomy did not tell the truth about its financial situation during those merger talks. Things have been rough lately for Best Buy. It reported a quarterly loss because of slower sales. Best Buy is down 12% at $12.06 a share. Crude oil is lower, too, down 1% at $88.22 a barrel. Analysts say oil supplies are still pretty strong, even with the escalating violence in the Middle East. Again, the Dow is down 26 points. I'm Marcy Norton at the Wall Street Journal for WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time 10:56. WCBS News Time 10:58. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8s with Chris Majette.
Well, Pat, we just had a broken down vehicle cleared from the Goethals Bridge, New Jersey bound, but that's why the Staten Island Expressway is quite heavy on the westbound side from 440 over toward the Goethals Bridge. And I would forget about the Queens Midtown Tunnel to get into Manhattan. You've got delays stretching back to Maurice Avenue on the westbound LIE. Much better if you go for the 59th Street Bridge. Traffic sponsored by Kohl's Department Store. Get to Kohl's for Operation Black Friday. Doors open midnight Thursday. Shop over 500 early bird specials. Plus, it's the one time of year that you'll get $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent. Kohl's opens at midnight Thursday. Kohl's, expect great things. And now the latest from the WCBS Weather Center.
Mix of sun and clouds and a high of 50 today. Mostly cloudy tonight. A little bit more sun for your Wednesday. A little warmer, too, 50 to 55. And then for Thanksgiving Thursday, clouds to start, but we will march more sun into your afternoon. Warm you up, too. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
Well, right now, partly sunny in Central Park and 47 degrees. Relative humidity, 51%. Variable winds at 6 miles per hour.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 20th. I'm Pat Farnack. Here's the latest from the WCBS Newsroom. A new survey of the Jersey coast after Sandy says the average beach is 30 to 40 feet narrower. Police hunting for a possible serial killer in Brooklyn are looking for a man who may have been at 2 of the crime scenes. Manhattan Madam Anna Gristina just got sentenced as expected to time served. Fighting continues between Israel and Palestinian militants in Gaza, but Egypt's president appears optimistic that a ceasefire agreement can be reached. In sports, Rutgers expected to announce today it's moving to the Big Ten. The Knicks visit the Hornets. The Nets are away against the Lakers. WCBS News time, 11 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Steve Kathan. The sounds of war echo in Gaza as efforts intensify to end the violence between Israel and Hamas. Secretary of State Clinton is bound for the region, and UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
If a long-term solution can be put in place through diplomatic means, then Israel would be a willing partner to such a solution.
CBS's Clarissa Ward is following ceasefire talks in Egypt amid predictions that a deal will get done.
The indications from the Egyptian president and also from the Hamas delegation here in Cairo are that a ceasefire agreement may be coming out by the end of today.
One Hamas rocket fell not far from Jerusalem today, and in Gaza, gunmen killed 6 people suspected of collaborating with Israel. CBS's Margaret Brennan is reporting that changes to the administration's talking points on the Libya attack, eliminating early references to it being an al-Qaeda operation, were made in the office of the Director of National Intelligence.
Head of DNI is James Clapper, who was appointed by President Obama and did ultimately review the points, but the source wouldn't confirm who in the agency suggested the final edits, which were then signed off on by all intelligence agencies.
In New York, authorities have charged a former portfolio manager with what's being called the most lucrative insider trading scheme in history. Matthew Martoma used to work for a hedge fund. Authorities say he benefited to the tune of $250 million. It's a key day for the uncertain future of the Hostess brand.
Instead of moving ahead with plans to shut Hostess down, the bankruptcy judge, Robert Drain, asked the company and its striking bakers union to meet today. That's when he'll try to negotiate a new contract. Hostess argued the week-long baker strike had crippled the already money-troubled company. Saving Hostess could mean saving 18,000 jobs. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
New home building was strong last month. The government says housing starts turned in their best performance in more than 4 years.
This shows that we're on a continued positive path for housing. It will continue to increase at a slow pace.
David Crow is chief economist at the National Association of Home Builders. Volkswagen is recalling 2012 and 2013 Beetles because of front passenger seat airbag issues. 2,500 vehicles are part of that recall. A new Pew Research study indicates more than 80% of parents are concerned about what advertisers can learn about the online behavior of their kids. Pew's Mary Madden.
Parents understand that children are especially valuable and vulnerable consumers, and they naturally want to protect their kids from being targeted.
Former New Hampshire Senator Warren Rudman has died at 82. Rudman, a Republican, made a name for himself in the 1990s as co-author of a key budget balancing law. Wall Street Dow is down 26. This is CBS News.
How
How would you like to try a sales generating tool for your business that is so good at locating qualified leads it's been called best of the breed? If your business thrives on selling to other businesses, then get ready for a toll-free number and a free trial offer that could literally revolutionize your sales. Hoover's, a D&B company, has developed a powerful tool to connect you to qualified buyers for your product or service that is fast and easy. No more wasting time getting leads manually. No more pre-configured lists of names that don't fit your business. Hoover's advanced targeting technology helps you reach the market that will be most receptive to your product or service. For a limited time, Hoover's would like to offer their radio listeners 50 free leads and a 24-hour trial.
Just call 800-239-0011. That's a free trial and 50 free leads. Call now. 800-239-0011. 800-239-0011. Again, 800-239-0011.
Live from the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center in Manhattan, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
Well, we have gained a couple of degrees. We're up to 47 now. It's partly sunny in Central Park. We will experience clouds and sunshine all day long. The high 50 degrees. WCBS News Time, 11:04. Well, a new survey of the Jersey Shore after Superstorm Sandy has found that beaches are 30 to 40 feet narrower on average. And as we learn more about the extent of the damage, there are questions about who's going to fix those beaches.
In some Jersey Shore spots, half the sand or more is gone.
Pushed across the islands as well as very far offshore that won't make it back to the beach.
Not just about tourism, also protection when homes are rebuilt, says Daniel Barone. He's with the Coastal Research Center at Stockton College. Says areas where the federal government's beefed up the beach recently
fared much better than places that have not.
But of course, nothing in Washington these days is a sure bet. Senator Tom Coburn from Oklahoma's called beach replenishment costly, wasteful pork. Barone says New Jersey will need the feds' help.
The extent of the shoreline that was damaged, I don't see how they can.
Alex Silverman, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 11:05. Well, the Manhattan Madam, Anna Gristina, just got sentenced. WCBS reporter Irene Cornell is live with the story.
Well, there was some last-minute drama as Anna Gristina considered taking back her guilty plea and going to trial. She fears the possible immigration consequences. Her conviction for promoting prostitution could get her sent back to Scotland. Her husband, Kelvin Gore, beside her in the courtroom, said he really couldn't help with this last-minute dilemma.
I really didn't know what to say. I mean, she was contemplating on, going to trial, but, this was just the best thing to do for, like I said, for our family instead of dragging it out. And I mean, I personally think that she should have went to trial the whole time.
In the end, Anna Gristina got the promised sentence, 6 months in jail, which means time served. She'll walk free today, and that'll be followed by 5 years probation. For Manhattan Supreme Court, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 11:06. Well, police have identified one of 4 people caught on surveillance video as a person of interest in the string of shopkeeper killings in Brooklyn. And WCBS reporter Paul Murnane has the latest.
FBI profilers have been brought in, and the NYPD is seeking a man carrying a duffel bag, balding and middle-aged appearing. And there are reports this man may have been seen at 2 of the 3 crime scenes. The most recent was here on Flatbush Avenue. Police spokesman Paul Brown tells WCBS there is ballistics evidence to tie the cases together.
We matched the .22 caliber shell casings that were found at each crime scene, indicating that they were fired from the same gun.
The victims are 3 men of Middle Eastern descent, Jewish and Muslim, says the NYPD. Robbery has been ruled out in one of the cases, and investigators have not ruled out bias as a possible motive here. From Flatbush, Paul Murnane, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 11:07.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Mom was always independent, so it broke my heart when I thought she might need a nursing home. Thankfully, I discovered a better choice. Health First manage long-term care options, provide the specialized, coordinated care Mom needs to help her stay where her heart is, at home.
Find out if a Health First managed long-term care plan is right for you. Call 1-855-552-4369. 1-855-552-4369. 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or visit hflongtermcare.org.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
WCBS News Time, 11:08. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th, sponsored by Cancer Treatment Centers of America. So let's concentrate first on the Queens Midtown Tunnel with Chris Majette.
It's been just real slow, Pat, on the Manhattan-bound side. You've got delays on the LIE back to about Maurice Avenue. Actually, from the BQE now, it's getting a little bit better, but I would still recommend you avoid it and maybe go for the 59th Street Bridge. Or here's even a better idea. Go for the RFK Triborough Bridge. That looks good. The only problem, though, is on the FDR Drive. You are generally heavy from the 130s down to about the 70s. Also at the GW Bridge, everything looks good. Lincoln Tunnel into the city, still at least 20 minutes or so. Holland Tunnel has eased out very nicely. And also traveling on the Goethals Bridge, we had an earlier stalled vehicle on the New Jersey-bound side, which has been cleared. Now there's a crash on the Staten Island Expressway westbound near Victory Boulevard. It looks like 2 lanes of traffic are blocked off. And also in New Jersey, some residual delays on Route 80 on the eastbound side, getting in toward the area of Woodland Park. Earlier crash cleared near Squirrelwood Road. Tappan Zee Bridge, watch for repairs heading into Westchester County. And our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
And now let's check out the weather with CBS 2's John Elliott's pretty day today, John.
Yeah, and we're going to try and hold it down here in the Weather Center because we're celebrating. We already hit yesterday's high.
Ah.
See, there you go. We're working in the right direction. You know, us weather geeks get excited about the craziest stuff. 47 the current reading, and that's all we saw yesterday. And we have some prettier skies, partly sunny, in fact. Central Park, Kennedy also reporting a little bit of sun, Teterboro too. So I think we'll be closer to 50 today. Hey, you got to count your blessings when you can. Staying quiet tonight into tomorrow. Clouds will filter back in tonight. We start tomorrow with clouds. A little bit more sun, a little warmer too, 50 to 55 for your Wednesday. No real weather worries. Thanksgiving Day starts with clouds for the floats and balloons and those beautiful bands too, but I think we see mostly sunny skies into the afternoon. 53 to 58. That's a little on the plus side. Friday, Black Friday, a little warmer, 55 to 60, but I tell you, it's going to be an interesting day. Clouds will start to fill in into the afternoon. Then you'll be massaging your aching feet and saying, man, what's going on? Cold front on the way. So overnight Friday into early Saturday, could see some showers. And then we'll see our highs retreat back to just the 40s over the weekend. 47 now, though. I'm John Elliott in the very festive WCBS Weather Center.
Thank you, John. WCBS News Time, 11:10.
You've always said you'd book your dream vacation someday. Well, someday is Monday at Starwood. Cyber Monday, to be exact. Book your dream destination at participating Starwood hotels and resorts across North America and Latin America by November 30th and save up to 25% on travel through March 31st, 2013. Only from Starwood's 9 brands, including Westin, Sheraton, W, and St. Regis. Visit starwoodpromos.com/Cyber Monday or click on the banner to book your dream vacation today.
Do you owe the IRS back taxes? Do you have 3 or more years of unfiled tax returns? Here at Expert Tax Advisors, we specialize in tax liens, back taxes, tax debt, wage garnishment, and collections. We have successfully mitigated these and many other technical tax issues for years. If you owe the IRS $7,500 or more, you need aggressive representation. We will contact the IRS on your behalf within 30 minutes of you becoming a client, and that's guaranteed. Protect your home, business, and family from tax liens, back taxes, tax debt, wage garnishment, and collections. Call us us today, 800-253-3917, and find the peace of mind knowing the IRS will not be knocking on your door. Call now for your free, no-obligation consultation. 800-253-3917. That's 800-253-3917. Remember, we will contact the IRS on your behalf within 30 minutes of you becoming a client of Expert Tax Advisors. Call 800-253-3917.
Ahead on WCBS, breathing new life into Nassau Coliseum. WCBS News Time, 11:12. Well, the man who helped move the Islanders away from Long Island and into the new Barclays Center in Brooklyn will now play a key role in the future of Nassau Coliseum. Newsday is reporting that Bruce Ratner has been tapped by County Exec Ed Mangano as an advisor to find a way to revitalize the arena and turn it into a competitive sports and entertainment complex. Well, residents of the Rockaways are getting a little help getting around thanks to a new rail service that started running this morning.
This is 7 train to Far Rockaway. The next stop on the train will be B67th Street.
So what does the free H train mean to the Rockaways? Everything. It is a lifeline. Daniel Rivera has been walking 2 miles to work. The buses have been packed.
Originally, the mayor was urging us to go back to work, and there was no way to buy Metro cards or anything like that. We were so decimated, it was nothing.
You wanted to go to work, but you didn't have a way to get there.
Yeah, that's why I was walking. I was saving a Metro card, one little Metro card I had for when I really absolutely needed it.
The tracks to the Rockaways were obliterated. These rail cars had to be hauled in by truck. The Free H, named after the 60s shuttle, runs every 15 minutes from Beach 90th to Mott Avenue, Far Rockaway, where buses connect to the A train in Howard Beach. From the Rockaways, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
Holiday travelers are being encouraged to take the train. The Long Island Railroad is offering extra trains and special off-peak fares tomorrow and Thursday. And there's a family fare discount, charging just 75 cents when up to 4 kids between 5 and 11 are riding with a fare-paying adult. WCBS News Time, 11:14.
Mom was always fiercely independent, so it broke my heart when it looked like I had no choice but to put her in a nursing home. I couldn't imagine her leaving the home where she made so many memories. Thankfully, I discovered a better choice. Health First managed long-term care options. Health First offers managed long-term care plans that provide specialized, coordinated care for elderly people like Mom need to maintain their independence and continue to live at home. Thanks to Health First managed long-term care options, Mom will not only be able to feel at home, she will be at home, and that's of great comfort to our family.
Find out if Health First managed long-term care options are right for your loved one. Call 1-855-552-4369. 1-855-552-4369. 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or visit hflongtermcare.org.
It's a beautiful day, partly sunny and 47 degrees in Central Park, going up to a high of 50 today.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good morning. I'm Pat Farnack. Coming up on WCBS, Christie, Cuomo, Bloomberg. New poll is out on who did the best during Sandy. That's coming up after sports. And right now, the Dow is down 21. WCBS News Time, 11:16. Time for sports, sponsored by Gold's Horseradish. Here comes Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, imagine Rutgers playing Ohio State, Penn State, and Wisconsin in football every year. That would be part of the new alignment for the Big Ten, according to ESPN. Rutgers set to announce this afternoon that it's leaving the Big East for the Big Ten in 2014. Maryland will do the same, coming from the ACC. That announcement coming yesterday. The Knicks, still with the best record in the NBA right now, 7-1. They hit the road for 3. It's right behind the Knicks in the standings, the 6-2 Nets, who have won 5 in a row. They face the Lakers out at Staples Center. Mike D'Antoni could make his debut on the Lakers bench tonight. David Wright and the Mets have been negotiating a long-term contract, but the Post reporting today that Wright not too happy about what the Mets have been offering him, and there's about a 50-50 shot that he'll sign an extension during this offseason. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays are basically a new team now that big trade with the Marlins has been approved. Now they have a new manager, John Gibbons, his second stint in Toronto. College basketball, Barclays Center tonight, number 1 Indiana will take on Georgetown. Sports sponsored by Caesars Entertainment. It's time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Bally's, Caesars, Harrah's Resort, and Showboat are open and ready to celebrate your return with 24-hour action and excitement. Let's show Sandy you can't keep a great city down. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 11:17.
Up on the housetop, reindeer paws, out jumps
Nana and Papa with rich Jell-O pudding from Walmart.
down through the chimney.
Which is impressive considering their age.
Ho, 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 who would
Eat moist Betty Crocker cookies.
Up on the housetop, click, 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 down through the chimney.
Come your cousins now with Nestle Toll House morsels. Walmart has everything you need for a great Thanksgiving meal. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Our stores will match the price of any local competitor's printed ad for an identical product. Not applicable to Walmart.com. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Get to Kohl's for Operation Black Friday. Doors open midnight Thursday. Shop over 500 early bird specials. Plus, you'll get $15 in Kohl's cash for every $50 spent. Kohl's opens at midnight Thursday. Kohl's, expect great things. WCBS News Time, 11:18. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Mavis Discount Tires. Here comes Chris Majette.
It's amazing. We still have these delays at the inbound Lincoln Tunnel. We are still dealing with at least a 15-minute delay, maybe 20 minutes at the Lincoln. Holland Tunnel looks good, though. George Washington Bridge looks good. There's also a crash on the New Jersey Turnpike's Newark Bay extension eastbound right before 14A in Bayonne. It's on the Newark Bay Bridge, so expect delays coming out of Newark. There was actually a westbound crash in that same vicinity. Westbound crash is cleared. Eastbound collision and now in place there. Also on the Tappan Zee Bridge, some road work heading into Westchester County. The ride on 287 in White Plains looks good. I don't see any major problems in Connecticut, although there is some road work on the northbound side of the Merritt from exit 40 up through 41. Also on Long Island, a good-looking ride here on the LIE in Nassau County. Northern State, no problems. Now the LIE in Queens is in trouble. We've got a westbound crash at Utopia Parkway in the right lane, and also on the Staten Island Expressway, a westbound crash at Victory Boulevard, also in the right lane. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
And now let's check out the weather with CBS 2's John Elliott.
A little bit of sun to see today, but there will be periods of sun and cloud today, and cool temperatures will linger. High today, only 50 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, 40 to 45 for the city. Cooler north and west. Tomorrow, clouds to start, but we'll try to see, looking forward to more sun in the afternoon, 50 to 55 for a high tomorrow. That's also the pattern for your Thanksgiving Day. Starts with clouds, but then we see sun in the afternoon. Even warmer, though, mid to upper 50s for Thursday. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
Well, it's partly sunny now, pretty day, 47 degrees in Central Park. WCBS News Time, 11:20.
Attention hip implant patients. Are you in constant pain? Have you received a letter from your doctor about your implant? Have you had or need a revision surgery? Do you have high levels of metal, chromium, or cobalt in your blood? Over 90,000 hip implant devices have been recalled due to defects and failures resulting in revision or replacement surgery. If you have a recalled hip implant, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-449-4269 to see if your implant is affected by the recalls. If you or a loved one has a defective or recalled hip implant, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-449-4269. That's 800-449-4269. Protect your legal rights today. Call 800-449-4269.
This is an advertisement, not valid in all states. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. iLawsuit.com is an advertising group that represents lawyers advertising their services and is a free matching service for consumers. It is not a law firm or lawyer referral service.
WCBS 880 is a proud partner of Why Hunger, an organization that supports grassroots efforts to fight poverty and hunger in our communities. Each year before Thanksgiving, we help raise money during the day-long radio fundraiser called Hungerthon. But with our communities hurting from Sandy, our attention is focused now on that recovery. We'll be doing Hungerthon in a few weeks, and this year will be more important than ever. In the meantime, support Why Hunger by going to hungerthon.org.
WCBS News Time, 11:22. So who handled Hurricane Sandy the best? A new poll is out with a report card on the politicians.
The Quinnipiac poll finds New York City voters believe Mayor Bloomberg, Governor Cuomo, and President Obama all did a good or excellent job responding to the storm. But New Jersey's governor got the top accolades.
The numbers are incredible. Who did the best job? Well, Mayor Bloomberg, 12%. Governor Cuomo, 15%. President Obama, 22%. Governor Christie, 36%.
As Quinnipiac's Maurice Carroll put it, the love fest between Governor Christie and President Obama seems to have moved voters. Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 11:23. Not a nasal spray, a nasal wash. I'm Pat Farnack with the WCBS Health and Wellbeing Report, sponsored by the Valley Hospital in Ridgewood, New Jersey. During the winter, many people almost become addicted to nasal sprays, but pharmacist and author Sherry Torkis says instead use a nasal wash.
Some of the over-the-counter sprays are medicated, but if they're used longer than 3 days, they can actually cause rebound congestion and also damage your nasal membranes and your sinus passages.
For instance, check out Alkalol.
It contains essential oils, camphor, menthol, spearmint, wintergreen. You use it like you would a neti pot, so you flush your sinuses out, but the essential oils help to clear the mucus, hydrate the nasal membranes.
And Alkalol is
ALKALOL.
The entire interview at cbsnewyork.com/health and wellbeing. I'm Pat Farnack, WCBS 880.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit cbslocalfanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Do you have student loans and are worried about making your payments? Stop worrying. Now Direct Student Aid can help if you are behind, if you are late, or even if you are in default on your student loans, we can help cut your payments fast. We provide student loan relief, getting you relief from your student loans right away. We will stop any harassing phone calls, stop any wage garnishments, and even remove any tax liens. No matter how much you owe or how far behind you are with payments, call our established Direct Student Aid toll-free assistance line right now. We can fix your student loan problems guaranteed. That's right, we guarantee we will get your student loan out of default and cut your payments right away. We have helped thousands of people just like you fix their student loans. Best of all, it's 100% guaranteed. Don't go another day with your loans behind or in default. Our specialists are waiting for your call. Call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576. Again, call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576.
WCBS News Time, 11:25. Time now for business. Let's check in live with Marcy Norton at the Wall Street Journal.
We've got losses on Wall Street thanks partly to disappointing corporate earnings reports. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 17 points at 12,779. The Nasdaq's down 1.5 points. Well, the S&P 500 making a push now. It is up just a fraction of a point. Hewlett Packard is dragging on the blue chips. It's taking an $8 billion charge. That's related to its acquisition last year of software company Autonomy. Hewlett Packard is down 10% at $11.96 a share. That's overshadowing encouraging housing market data. Housing starts at their highest levels in 4 years last month. Prosecutors in Manhattan say they've made an arrest in what they're calling the most lucrative insider trading scheme ever charged. They accuse a former hedge fund manager at SAC Capital Partners of selling his entire position in both drug maker Wyeth and Elon based on information about an Alzheimer's drug that he got early. The transaction happened about 6 years ago. It netted him $276 million in profit. Crude oil down today 2% at $87.47 a barrel in spite of the unrest in the Middle East. There is word from analysts that crude oil supplies are pretty robust. Again, the Dow is down 16 points. I'm Marcy Norton at the Wall Street Journal for WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time, 1126. WCBS News Time, 1127. Well, animal cruelty charges have been filed against the head of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals of Connecticut, Frederick Acker. The Republican American is reporting he faces 62 counts of animal cruelty involving the care of dogs kept at a partially constructed shelter in Bethlehem. Well, authorities say they put a major heroin operation on the East Coast out of business. Jersey officials are saying that the drug operation was based in Patterson and sold millions of dollars of heroin in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Washington. And an NYPD officer accused of plotting to abduct women and then cook them so he could eat them will be in court today for a bail hearing. Gilberto Valli pleaded not guilty yesterday. His lawyer says the alleged plot was pure fantasy. WCBS News Time, 1128. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th and sponsored by RTK Environmental. Here's Chris Majette.
I'm noticing the Belt Parkway has gotten real heavy both ways getting into Rockaway Parkway. We may have a little problem here because the westbound side is heavy from Cross Bay Boulevard and eastbound delays from Flatbush Avenue right in through Rockaway Parkway. Also, if you're going to be traveling on the Van Wyck northbound, that is very heavy from just above the Belt Parkway getting up toward the Kew Gardens interchange. The LIE jamming on the westbound side in toward the area of Utopia Parkway. It's an accident in the right lane. We also have a crash on the New Jersey Turnpike's Newark Bay extension eastbound near 14A in Bayonne. Traffic sponsored by VIP Honda. It's Happy Honda Days at VIP Honda, Route 22 in North Plainfield. Stop in at VIP Honda for year-end clearance savings on 2012 and 2013 Hondas. Real deals, no games, no gimmicks, or get a quote in 5 seconds or less at VIPHonda.com. And now here's CBS 2's John Elliott with the latest forecast.
Thanks, Chris. From Happy Hondas to Happy Weathermen, we're seeing a little bit more sun out there and seeing more reporting stations bringing in that sun. So it looks like that area high pressure is winning today, with all due respect to Charlie Sheen. Highs today right around 50, and the warming trend will continue to 50 to 55 tomorrow, and it'll be a similar routine where we'll likely see clouds in the morning and then more sun in the afternoon. That scenario plays out again for your Thanksgiving Day. Thanksgiving Day, though, 53 to 58, so a little warmer. Warmer still by a degree or two on Friday, and then a cold front ushers the clouds in and a little bit of rain overnight Friday into Saturday. 47 in the city now. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 1130.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio. WCBS 880.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 20th. I'm Pat Farnack. Here's the latest from the WCBS Newsroom. Egypt's president is predicting a ceasefire soon in the fighting between Israel and Palestinian militants in Hamas. A special report from CBS straight ahead. FEMA has okayed $760 million so far in claims in our area to help hurricane victims. A Facebook page has been set up for Thanksgiving asking people to open their homes for dinner to victims of the hurricane. In sports, the announcement expected today that Rutgers is joining the Big Ten.
CBS News Update, I'm Dave Barrett. Things are moving diplomatically, it seems, to stop the clashes between Israelis and Palestinians in Gaza. A ceasefire could begin in 2.5 hours. President Obama, on the way to Japan from Cambodia, has made a third phone call now to Egyptian President Morsi. In Cairo, correspondent Clarissa Ward, where Hamas and Israeli negotiators have come.
They are reportedly staying in different parts of the city, and essentially it's Egypt's intelligence forces who are shuttling between the two sides to try to broker some type of agreement.
UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon called out Hamas for firing rockets into Israel.
This is unacceptable, irresponsible, and reckless.
And he said with this conflict now a week old,
Israel must exercise maximum restraint.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
In fighting terror, our military always tries to avoid civilian casualties.
CBS News Update. I'm Dave Barrett.
WCBS News Time, 11:32. Well, FEMA has approved a total of $760 million in claims so far to help residents in the tri-state area recover from Sandy. $221 million in claims are from Long Island, $217 million in New Jersey. Queens and Brooklyn have a combined $249 million in approved claims. Well, for homeowners who suffered damage from Sandy, the insurance process can certainly be overwhelming. So should you hire a public adjuster to help with that? WCBS anchorman Michael Wallace spoke with Tom Kreutler, host of the Money Pitch Home Improvement Show.
The public adjuster works for you. He doesn't work for the insurance company. So public adjusters are experts in insurance policies, and their job is really to make sure that you get every dime that you have coming to you in terms of your claim. But they also provide a service in that they act as your representative to the insurance company, so it can take some of the stress away. Plus, they'll help you with things like, for example, your inventory. I mean, the insurance company adjuster is not going to help you figure out every item that you want to claim. The public insurance adjuster will.
How much are you likely going to have to pay for a public adjuster?
The public insurance adjusters work on a percentage of the claim, and the bigger the claim, the smaller the percentage. But generally, it's somewhere in the 10 to 20% range. I was with a homeowner out in the Lavallette, New Jersey area this week, and they had claimed they had damage in Hurricane Irene, but smaller damage in Irene than in Sandy. And so in Irene, they had a 15% fee, and in Sandy, they had a 10% fee because the claim was bigger. But they found that the service of the adjuster was invaluable because they helped deal with not only the flood insurance company, but the homeowners insurance company, because wind damage is covered by homeowners, as well as FEMA. So the insurance adjuster, the public insurance adjuster, really helps consolidate that process into one point of contact so that you really don't have to do it all yourself.
You can find an adjuster, too, by the way, by searching the website for the National Association of Public Insurance Adjusters. And just ahead on WCBS, how far are people willing to go this Thanksgiving to help a stranger after Sandy? That story is coming up.
Have you been injured in an automobile accident? Do you need legal help? If so, we can help. LegalHelpConnect.com is a free service that provides you with information on who to contact when you have suffered a personal injury. A car accident can be a traumatic event, particularly when someone else is to blame. Call us today at 888-304-9862 to see if you qualify for a free, no-obligation case review. Again, that number is 888-304-9862 because you deserve the best legal help that you can get.
Liz.
Todd?
I want you back.
You're just saying that because I got a makeover to make me look hot, even though I was hot to begin with.
No. I miss those nights instantly watching TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
We watched as much as we wanted.
Whenever and wherever we wanted.
So, you love me? Even if I put these glasses back on?
Wow, those are thick. Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
With so much going on in the world today, Cars for Kids is promoting random acts of kindness. Here's this week's featured charity moment submission, brought to you by Cars for Kids.
After Joe retired from the NYPD, he decided to fill his time by volunteering for Special Olympics Long Island. He specifically asked for the jobs that nobody else wanted, and therefore became the official water boy. Today, 8 years later, he is still volunteering and coaching. The athletes have become a second family to him.
Like Joe, you too can help make the world a better place. Click on the banner now to submit your act of kindness for a chance to have it heard on WCBS 880.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today with 1-877 Cars for Kids. You'll receive a maximum tax deduction. What's more, you'll receive a vacation voucher of 3 days and 2 nights. Also on the web at carsforkids.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's cars with a K.
WCBS News Time, 11:35. Let's look at the numbers on Wall Street. Well, right now the Dow is down 11 points. The NASDAQ is down, but only fractionally. And the S&P is up fractionally. Crude oil coming in at 88.46. Well, there's a Facebook page devoted entirely to getting families affected by Sandy a home-cooked Thanksgiving meal. Our Marla Diamond explains.
Elle Eichel of Tom's River doesn't have a job, and she doesn't drive, but she really wanted to help.
I thought, well, Thanksgiving is right around the corner.
So maybe I could organize a movement where generous families would invite a displaced family from the hurricane into their homes.
Her Adopt a Family for Dinner Facebook page now has 300 offers from families in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to relief organizations and churches.
I have a woman in Mamaroneck who organized a dinner for 100 people and is willing to bus them.
That woman is Catherine Friel, whose summer home in Long Beach, Long Island was severely damaged in the storm.
Compared to what other people have endured, we feel fortunate.
Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
Well, the New York Giants will put their brawn to work for a very good cause today. Hakeem Nicks and some teammates are going to be helping unload 1,500 turkeys at the Community Food Bank of New Jersey in Hillside. Now, Stop and Shop donated the turkeys, many of which will go to families hit hard by Hurricane Sandy. Nicks said that he and his family sometimes got help from food banks when he was growing up in Charlotte. WCBS News Time, 11:37.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the credit pros now at 877-731-0082.
WCBS News Time, 11:38. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8s. What's up, Chris Majette?
Well, you know, Pat, even though the Holland Tunnel looks good at the toll plaza, it's tough getting to it from the New Jersey Turnpike approach because there's an accident on the Newark Bay Bridge. That's eastbound 78, the Newark Bay extension before interchange 14A in Bayonne. An accident in the right lane. I would recommend either the Pulaski Skyway or Truck Route 1 and 9 to get to the inbound of Holland. The Lincoln Tunnel has eased out. So is the George Washington Bridge. Very minor delays there. The Tappan Zee Bridge with some road work on the Westchester County bound side. In Connecticut, midday construction in Norwalk, northbound Merritt Parkway from exit 40 up through 41. Long Island looking good on the Northern State Parkway and also the LIE through Nassau County. I don't see any problems on the Southern State either. Now, the LIE in Queens, that's another story. Westbound side heavy around Utopia with a right lane accident. Grand Central's gotten quite heavy eastbound passing LaGuardia, then again from Jewel Avenue into the Kew Gardens interchange. And there's a crash on the Staten Island Expressway westbound at Victory Boulevard. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on CBS.
And now let's check out the weather with CBS 2's John Elliott.
Mix of sun and clouds and a high of 50 today. Mostly cloudy tonight. A little bit more sun for your Wednesday, a little warmer too, 50 to 55. And then for Thanksgiving Thursday, clouds to start, but we will march more sun into your afternoon. Warm you up too. I'm John Elliott in the WCBS Weather Center.
Right now it's partly sunny, 47 degrees in Central Park. WCBS News Time, 11:39.
We interrupt our program with news that a buy one, get one 50% off sale made impact at Old Navy in what officials say is a sign of impending Chirmageddon. We now take you to Shoppers on the scene.
It crashed into earth with enormous savings. I got a coat, and without warning, jeans were half price. And I bought a sweater and got a performance fleece, half off. We're all gonna buy.
Save yourself and buy one, get one 50% off the entire store. Now through Thanksgiving Day. Old Navy. Come fun, come all.
Valid 11/17 through 11/22. In store only. Excludes gift cards.
Inhabitants of Earth, you can run, but you cannot. What are you doing?
Watching Netflix on my smartphone, dude.
What?
I can instantly watch as many TV episodes and movies as I want.
You don't fear for your life?
Yeah, not really. Our atmosphere is eventually going to kill you anyway.
Nonsense. Our anatomy is...
There you go. Faster than I thought.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
WCBS News Time, 11:40. Well, an American car is about to take fuel efficiency to a whole new level.
Ford is bringing its smallest engine to the U.S. for the first time. The 2014 Fiesta will be available with Ford's 1-liter, 3-cylinder EcoBoost engine. It should get well over 40 miles per gallon and make the Fiesta the most fuel-efficient non-hybrid available. 3-cylinder engines have been available in Europe, but have been criticized in the U.S. for being significantly underpowered. The 3-cylinder Fiesta will debut at the Los Angeles Auto Show next week and should be in showrooms next year. Jim Chenevie, CBS News.
Well, it'll cost LIPA an estimated $800 million to fix its electrical system. The company is saying it expected federal funds to cover the bulk of those costs, which could end up actually going up from there. LIPA has hired additional auditing staff to go through every expense before any payments are made. WCBS News Time, 11:42. Time now for today's Travel Minute. It's sponsored by Riverside Memorial Chapels.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Worldwide Travel Minute. The holidays are here, and you know what that means. It's time to shop. And when you're done, plan ahead and ship those gifts ahead of time instead of carrying them on the plane. And here's what you need to know to do it right. UPS has announced that holiday shipping will jump 10% this year. That translates into 527 million packages between Thanksgiving and Christmas. And FedEx is expected to ship 13% more packages this year for a total of 280 million. Of course, unpredictable weather is a factor this time of year, so take my advice and don't wait. December 20th is expected to be the busiest day of the year for shipping. And if you're trying to save by using ground service, then please ship by December 17th. Most companies do offer money-back guarantees on packages that arrive late. But remember that shipping charges are covered, but you could be out taxes and fees. For more information, visit the Watch and Listen page of cbsnewyork.com. Just click on Audio on Demand.
WCBS News Time, 11:43.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Anatoblock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anatoblock is so effective, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anatoblock is now available to try for free. That's right. Call 800-651-6059 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Call today, 800-651-6059.
Have you heard? Proactive is better than ever. Stay tuned for a 1,000,000 bottle giveaway, and you'll also receive free shipping. Do you have troubled skin, acne? Well, we have great news. With Proactive, your acne can heal, and you can prevent new breakouts from happening. Don't miss this limited time offer. Give us a call at 1-800-533-3091, because we're going to let 1,000,000 people try Proactive risk-free, get 2 free gifts, and also receive free shipping when you call right now. You heard it. This offer won't last long. So call Proactive now and you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial at Proactive, 2 free extras, and free shipping. Call 1-800-533-3091. This is our best radio offer ever. Get your risk-free 60-day trial at Proactive plus free shipping. That's right, free shipping. Don't wait. Visit getproactive.com or call 1-800-533-3091. That's 1-800-533-3091.
We'll check sports for you in 30 seconds. It's a beautiful day, partly sunny and 47 degrees in Central Park. The hot spot right now, JFK, where it's 48.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. Wherever you are, we are. New York's News Radio, WCBS 880.
Thanks for joining us, and good morning. I'm Pat Farnack. Coming up on WCBS, after the sex scandal, can former CIA Chief David Petraeus fix the damage to his career? That's coming up after sports. And right now, the Dow is down 11 points. WCBS News Time, 11:45. Time now for sports, sponsored by A.J. Madison. Here comes Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, so the Big East isn't the East anymore. The Big Ten has 12 schools, and the Big 12 has 10 schools. Confused yet? Well, now the Big Ten increasing to 14 schools. Maryland announced yesterday it's leaving the ACC, and today Rutgers will announce it's leaving the Big East. A press conference set for 2 o'clock today. The new Big Ten will take shape in 2014, although that's assuming the Scarlet Knights can negotiate a deal to leave earlier than the 27 months notification required by the Big East. NBA, the Knicks been living out of their suitcases lately. 9 out of 12 games on the road. A 3-game trip kicks off in New Orleans tonight against the Hornets. The Knicks have the best record in the NBA, just 1 loss. The Nets, they have 2 losses, and they're also on the road. They face the Lakers tonight. Brooklyn has won 5 in a row. Mike D'Antoni could make his debut as Lakers coach tonight. Baseball, David Wright and the Mets have been